Got guys. May not have the kind of experience that they want, but they executed well on that play.
Well, what's interesting about this offensive line is they were all 5 backups last year at different positions. So they've had to shuffle guys around. Here's Walker again.
They don't have the kind of experience that they want,
down to about
but they executed well on that play.
What's interesting about this offensive line is they were all 5 backups last year.
Terrell Lawson comes up from his free safety position and get in on the stop, the senior. Also, Quay Wickles, number 0 in the defensive line, was in on the tackle.
Here's Wyrick on the option. The keeper, the touchdown. First rushing touchdown for Jimmy Wyrick. And the 5'11 sophomore from Pickerington, Ohio, engineers a Wofford scoring drive to put the Terriers on the board.
Well executed, of course, aided with the personal foul face mask penalty. But the Terriers just did their thing in that drive, and that thing is successful.
Walker Galermis on to attempt the extra point, and it's 7-0. Wofford leads Chattanooga, 10:29 to go. First quarter from Finley Stadium.
Did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and more? So what are you waiting for? Captain Ahab to help you find a parking spot?
Fire she blows! Loading zone.
Or a big one. You were thriving. But then, okay, plan, pivot. How do you bounce back? You don't. You bounce forward with serious and reliable internet, powered by the largest speed network in America. But is it secure? Sure, it's secure. And even if the power goes down, your connection doesn't.
So how do I do this?
You don't do this. We do this together. Bounce forward with Comcast Business. Needles. Essential for pine trees, but maybe not for people with certain inflammatory conditions, because there are options, like an injection, Xeljanz. The first and only pill of its kind that treats moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis, or moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, when other medicines have not helped enough. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections, serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, serious allergic reactions have happened. Needles, fine for some things. But for you, there's a pill that may provide symptom relief. Ask your doctor about the pill first prescribed for RA more than 7 years ago. Xeljanz.
Wofford with a 12-play, 56-yard scoring drive. Scott, they pick up 5 first downs. Methodical may be the best way to describe what Wofford just did. They took 4.5 minutes off the clock.
Yep, that's what they want to do every single drive. With it ends in a touchdown, and Jimmy Wyrick, 2 carries, including the touchdown for 10 yards already in the game.
Chattanooga on the return. Woo! It's Tyron Arnett.
Man, that was a shot. Jaheim Hazel coming flying in on special teams and knocking Arnett to the ground.
Let's take a look at our starting lineups presented by First Bank, home of the Power C debit card and the official bank of UTC Athletics. Drayton Arnold taking over at quarterback, replacing Nick Tiano. Alim Ford is not in uniform today for Chattanooga. He's nursing a hamstring. He won't play in this game. Of course, he had that fantastic freshman season for the Mocs back in 2019 that was cut short by an ACL injury. Here's the toss from Arnold out across the 30-yard line. Reginald Henderson made the catch.
Had Geno Appleberry, the Western Kentucky transfer, number 8, in at running back spot to start the first series. But, Coach Rusty Wright talked about the wide receivers. Just make the plays that you're supposed to make and do that first, and then we can try and build on some depth in that position.
And here's the give to Terrell Price. He's caught behind the line of scrimmage and dumped back at the 25-yard line. So Chattanooga now faced with a 3rd down and 10.
Great penetration from the defense. Brandon Brown, just incredible push. You see Kyle Miskelly, 55, the center for Chattanooga, just kind of getting pushed back and into the ball carrier with Terrell Price.
It's a very good group of linebackers at Wofford. Brandon Brown led the team in tackles back in 2019.
He had 9 last week against Mercer.
3rd down, 7. Here's Drayton Arnold. Henderson for a first down, shy of the 40-yard line, and Henderson finally shoved out of bounds. Darren Pascal.
Nice catch by Henderson. Talk about well defended by Pascal, the Atlanta Westlake High School native. He's all over him, but Henderson still makes the catch. So a nice catch by the senior, 6'3", 205, Reginald Henderson.
8 starters back on this defense for Wofford. Pascal, one of them. He was a preseason All-Southern Conference selection, a second-team pick. There's Price to the 45-yard line. Terrell Price, he's a 5th-year senior. Todd, he's the oldest guy on the Chattanooga roster. I'll make you feel old. Terrell Price was born in 1996. He's the oldest player on UTC's roster, 5th-year senior out of East Mississippi Community College.
He's smart enough to follow 69 Cole Strange to that hole, and Strange put some defenders on their back a little bit in that play.
Strange, Phil Steele, preseason All-American. Here goes Price again with a hole. And the Mocs have it inside Wofford territory and a first down for Chattanooga.
Here's an advantage for Chattanooga is the offensive line for the Mocs is just very experienced, very good, very solid. The chemistry is great. You see them blowing holes there. And with Wofford, they're looking for D-line depth. They kind of have some young guys there. And so Chattanooga's offensive line should have at least a little advantage over their defensive line. Not to say that Mason and Barnes aren't talented, because they're as good as it gets, but we'll see throughout the afternoon.
Arnold throws nearly picked off. It was Brandon Brown that almost came up with it. Brown, the only returning player at Wofford with an interception as the pass was intended for Jay Gibson, and he nearly came away with another INT.
Intended for Gibson, the tight end, but boy, if Brown holds the handle on that, it is green grass ahead. Very fortunate break for Chattanooga that Brown didn't come up with that interception.
Now, you mentioned that Wofford defensive line, Michael Mason. He is the National FCS Defensive Player of the Week. He had a heck of a game against Mercer. And here's Arnold, forced to run now. Penalty flags are thrown as Arnold scrambles down shy of the 40-yard line. He gets to the 41. This may be a hold against Chattanooga.
Right side of the offensive line. Fistful of jersey. We'll see what the referee calls.
The word from our officials today.
69, offense. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Second down.
That's Jerry Wellmaker. He's our white hat today. And Cole Strange.
Yep. You just
called
see him
with a hold.
Turn him around there and had a hold of that part of the shoulder of the jersey over the shoulders.
That's a spot of the foul penalty, so it pushes the Mocs back across midfield. Ball goes back to their own 43-yard line, where it's second down and 20 for the Mocs. And Arnold now setting up. Will run. Has midfield and out of bounds. Third down and long for Chattanooga. It'll be about third down and 13.
Right out of bounds, number 46, John Beckley. Third down, 13.
Last time Chattanooga beat a ranked FCS opponent, you'd have to go back to the 2018 season. They beat Samford that year, 27-20. Wofford comes in at 1-0, having already played one game. They beat Mercer last week and ranked number 11 in the country. Third and long for the Mocs. Arnold threads the needle, and it's caught inside the 25 to the 20-yard line, and a first down. Jay Gibson. Check that. It was Andrew Manning. It was 81, not 87, that made the catch. And the Chattanooga native sets the Mocs up with a big first down at the 20-yard line.
Quick zip on the ball from Arnold, and I mean, it was well defended. You talk about putting a shoebox on the money to Andrew Manning. Nice catch, and then stays on his feet to pick up a couple more yards. Definitely a first down.
Arnold again throws the screen. Caught.
Looks like
Reggie Henderson.
Yeah, Henderson again.
Arnold's pass complete to Henderson.
Well, Drayton Arnold didn't throw the ball a ton or very effectively in Chattanooga's one game the Mocs played in the fall. They lost 13-10 to Western Kentucky. They only found the end zone once, and Drayton Arnold just 9 of 23 for 90 yards in that game. But Scotty's looked pretty sharp here in the early going.
Yeah, I like the way his vision's downfield, and when he makes the decision to throw it, it's kind of coming out of there like a dart. I mean, he's got a nice arm strength.
Price looking for a hole. And Terrell Price continues to muscle the Chattanooga first down. He got just inside the 10-yard line. That should be enough for the Mocs first down. Chattanooga with a first down and goal to go.
Stop by Tahir Anor.
First down for the Mocs.
He took it. He had to put up with about 4 or 5 people on top of him, pushing Terrell Price into that first down territory.
Wofford with a 7-0 lead over Chattanooga. Terrier scored on their opening drive. Mocs trying to do the same here against Western Kentucky. Mocs put together a 14-play, 74-yard drive that resulted in Drayton Arnold with a 10-yard touchdown run. Mocs go back to Price to the left side, caught from behind, and spun down.
Tyrell Price on the carry.
It was Tanner Barnes, the defensive end, that was able to chase him down.
Tanner Barnes, 6 tackles last week versus Mercer. He is a big key at the defensive end spot, 6'3", 250, sophomore, so he'll put on some more weight as his career goes on. But what a great player, great first step. And a nice tackle of Terrell Price in that play.
Price stays in. Second down and goal from the 8-yard line. Price again. Inside the 5, he'll push the pile down to about the 3, give him the 4-yard line. And it's now third down and goal for the Mocs. Get a look at it on the replay.
Just power run. Everybody pushes off their offensive lineman, push off the snap and just drive forward and get as much as you can. And with third down here, you may want to try a little play action or run it again. Definitely trips wide receivers to the right.
Gino Appleberry, the lone setback next to Arnold. And it's Arnold on the keeper, and Drayton Arnold shy of the goal line. Mocs faced with a fourth down and goal for Chattanooga at the 2. Joe Beckett made the stop.
Arnold wants to go for it.
Yeah, the Chattanooga does not have an experienced kicker on the roster. Aaron Sears was expected to be the starter, and he's out with an injury. Sears, a transfer from Arkansas State. So the Mocs will go for it here. Fourth down and goal to go at the 2-yard line. Arnold throws, touchdown. Jay Gibson.
How about that? Jay Gibson with his first start of his career gets the touchdown. 6'5", 260. He's also a Western Kentucky transfer. Local product here. Played at Macaulay School in Chattanooga. He'll remember that catch forever. They'll play action up the middle, too, and Gibson was just behind the defense as they had the eye on the running game. Maybe those trips to the right. Gibson across the middle was wide open. Nice play, well executed by Drayton Arnold, too.
We talked about the lack of experience at the kicker position for the Mocs. Here's Skylar Wilson. And UTC late getting a body on the field. And Wilson's first extra point of his college career is good, and we're tied at 7. Chattanooga and Wofford all knotted up with 3:04 to go. First quarter from Finley Stadium.
People pleaser at heart, so I want to please people, and there's not a better way than through the plate. When you work with Puckett's Grocery, you're going to have someone to talk to. People become part of our family through the process. We want every guest to feel like family and every guest to be a fan, and we feel the same way about catering. When you're thinking about catering, think of Puckett's.
Because of this, we built the most powerful Ford Explorer ever with 400 horsepower. Because of this, we built Ford Expedition with best-in-class towing and plenty of room for crew and cargo. Because of this, we built Escape with Ford Copilot 360. And because Ford SUVs are built for this, you made Ford a
South. The Chattanooga Mocs go 85 yards in 14 plays, and we're all tied at 7 with 3:04 left in this first quarter. Both teams have had the ball once, and both teams have been able to find the end zone. Chattanooga's Drayton Arnold, a good start for him, 5 of 6.
And picks up the blitz nicely, and McIlvain flushed out to the right.
Yard pass play to Andrew Manning, the wide receiver, during that possession, that drive to help them get closer to the end zone and then put it in the end zone at the end with the touchdown to Jay Gibson.
Gabe Boring to kick off for UTC. And TJ Luther with a chance to return it. Luther gets out across the 20-yard line up to about the 22, maybe the 23, and that's where the Wofford offense will go to work. 2:59 left to go. First quarter, Chattanooga and Wofford all knotted at 7.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, people like Geico because it's just easy. Bundling.
Crispy bacon.
I'm Draymond Green with my Subway sub with tender steak and melty cheese.
My sub will help you put points on the board, unlike some other subs.
Why would you say that, Jason?
Hey, man, I'm just talking about subs here.
Oh, come on.
My sub is going to throw down.
My sub has more rings than your sub.
My sub has bacon.
Choose better, be better when you build your favorite sub. And now safe when you order in the app. Subway, eat fresh.
But not Jason's sub.
The chicken or the egg? The question isn't which came first. It's which comes with peanut butter. Duh.
Wofford begins the drive at their own 22-yard line. All tied at 7. Just under 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Chris Goforth, Scott McMahon from Chattanooga's Finley Stadium. First time the Mocs have played a Southern Conference game in over 460 days. And there's movement up front for Chattanooga. It was John Prince, the freshman. Let's see if he was drawn off sides.
Looked like it may have been a hard count from Jimmy Wyrick.
Defense. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Ball goes to the 27-yard line. Sets up a 1st and 5 now for Wofford. Wyrick, the quarterback, came out throwing on his first drive of the game. He'll keep it on the ground here as Irving Mulligan. Mulligan was the leading rusher last week for Wofford with 90 yards and a touchdown in their win over Mercer.
You just see those linebackers, Cam Jones, we mentioned Jay Person earlier, Ty Back. Those linebackers really could arguably be the strength of Chattanooga's defense. Just so quick to the football, great instincts, high football IQ, and all those guys.
Wyrick on the opening drive, 3 of 5, 27 yards, being pressured now, and he will throw it away. Flag on the field.
Wyrick's pass is incomplete. There's a flag on the play.
It looks like we may get holding against Wofford. Mocs brought a ton of pressure.
Holding. Number 77.
They did bring some big pressure. Elliott Campbell with the hold of Tabby McLean, and that sets them back. But if you're Chattanooga's defense, you kind of like to see Wyrick pressured, and because he wanted to just kind of float that football up there. Now, didn't end in disaster on that play, but you kind of like, if you're a defender, to see that thing kind of floating around every once in a while. You might get a tip or somebody slide underneath it and pick an interception off before it hits the ground.
Wyrick under center, brings Luther in motion across the formation. Here he is to throw. Screen is set up. Chattanooga snuffs it out beautifully.
Jay Person.
Pass was caught. It was Jay Person that made the tackle. Garrison Moore that made the reception.
Nice catch by Moore. There's no doubt about that, but he had nowhere to go. Moore 6'5", 245, had to use every bit of that height, but then Person comes flying in, beats the block of, looked like Al Hogan, and makes the play. Chattanooga's defense ratcheted up a little bit this series compared to the first.
Ball back on the 15-yard line, and Wofford will run it on the ground with Jamari Broussard. And with that, it brings up a 4th down. And it looks like Wofford will choose to punt it away.
Broussard on the carry.
A little more intensity from this Chattanooga defense.
Yeah, I thought Lorenzo Ward, defensive coordinator, just kind of said, okay, boys, we got to go out there and stop them. I mean, at least make a statement early in this first quarter. That first possession, they just kind of drove it down the field pretty easily.
Landon Parker will punt it away for Wofford. And Brandon Dowdell, the deep man for Chattanooga. And Dowdell makes the fair catch back inside the 30-yard line. Seven game.
You know, all things considered, pretty nice weather-wise today for a late February, Saturday afternoon.
Well, the Chattanooga area has been just hammered with rain here over the last, I don't know what, the last 2-3 days.
Sure.
And there was rain in the forecast for today. I joked with the security folks when I was coming through the gate today that I hope they were able to stay dry. And they said, look, we just need it to hold off till about 3:30, 3:45 today, and then the skies can open. Just let us get in the car and get started home before that happens. Arnold finds an open receiver, out of bounds. Andrew Manning shy of the 40-yard line. Well, Drayton Arnold, 5 of 6 passing for 56 yards on the first possession for Chattanooga, and he comes out slinging.
He makes a decision to throw, too. I mean, it is a split-second boom, right? Accurate to his target. Really impressed with at least this first quarter from Drayton Arnold, Chattanooga quarterback.
Henderson goes in motion. Price finds a hole. Chattanooga first down to the 44.
Tyrell Price on the carry.
And once again, it's that Chattanooga offensive line paving the way. Rusty Wright told us this week, he said the first 5, he said, we're as good as anybody in the league up front, and I think they're showing that today.
Yeah, they just played together so long, especially Harrison Moon, Cole Strange, Kyle Muskelly, McClendon Curtis, the right guard. You got Colin Truitt, who's really the young kid of the group, but he's still got a bunch of snaps under his belt. Truitt, 6'3", 290, a transfer from the Cincinnati Bearcats.
First quarter has come to a close. Chattanooga and number 11 Wofford all knotted at 7 as we move to the second quarter from Chattanooga's Finley Stadium. College football continues right after this.
Finally moved in.
It's a great old house. Good bones, wraparound.
Tahir Anor there on the coverage. Anor, a name you may be familiar with. He had a brother, Anquil, that played at Furman. Pretty good player for the Paladins a couple of years ago.
Yeah, Brentwood Academy product from Nashville. So they make a couple travels down to play in that Division II and TSSAA in Chattanooga.
Gabe Boring on to punt for the Mocs. And it's a line drive of a punt. Looked like some of my tee shots. It's inside the 20. I don't think that ball ever got more than about 2 feet off the ground. It was a hot grounder to the shortstop.
Exactly.
To about the 20-yard line, and that is where Wofford will take over with a first down and 10. 14 minutes remaining, first half action. Chattanooga and Wofford tied at 7 from Finley Stadium.
It was just a few drinks.
Community banks provide 60% of the support that keeps the American dream alive. Southeast Bank shares in business growth through local decisions in our community because we see the good in Tennessee. Southeast Bank, member FDIC.
Discover wonder and adventure at Ruby Falls. Experience the thrill of soaring through the treetops on rushing zip lines at Ruby Falls High Point Zip Adventure. Take in breathtaking views from historic Lookout Mountain Tower. Descend 260 feet by glass front elevator into Lookout Mountain to view the tallest and deepest underground waterfall open to the public in the United States. Adventure awaits at Ruby Falls.
Today tastes like staying in, like our go-to place. Tastes like anticipating, and a little bit like waiting. Today tastes like a piece of the action, and it never tasted this good.
Back at Finley Stadium, Wofford taking over after the Chattanooga punt. 14 minutes left to go. Second quarter, the 7-7 game. Chattanooga's Jay Person, one of the Mocs starting linebackers. The Sam linebacker is out right now. He was getting his ankle taped as Wyrick runs the option and makes the turn on the corner. It's across the 20-yard line up to about the 22.
Run out of bounds by Jordan Jones, who led the Southern Conference in pass breakups in 2019 with 12. Jones, 5'10", 190 senior. A really good job of just kind of, like you said, stringing it out and getting him out of bounds on the option play.
The give to Lovelace, and Ryan Lovelace met by the middle of that Chattanooga defense.
Todd Beck also in on that. Ben Bruton, defensive lineman. Bruton from Savannah, Georgia. Beautiful place there.
Mocs have lost 4 straight to Wofford. Terriers lead this all-time series 15 wins to 11 for Chattanooga. 3rd down and 4 for Wofford. Nathan Walker back in the backfield. Play clock inside 10 for the Terriers. And it looks like we'll get a timeout that's asked for. Wofford asked for the timeout. 12:50 to go. Head coach Josh Conklin, the 2019 Southern Conference Coach of the Year, wants to talk it over in his 3rd year as a head coach. 18-8, first 2 years, been pretty successful. Wofford is on a heck of a run right now. 4 straight trips to the FCS playoffs for the Terriers. They lost in the first round back in 2019 to Kennesaw State in a pretty good game that day, 28-21. Just not able to overcome the Owls that afternoon.
And you know, Wofford has really been, in recent history, has been super successful in dominating the Southern Conference. 3 straight conference titles, as you mentioned. And when we talked with Rusty Wright, Mock's head coach, he said, hey, look, somebody's got to beat them, man. Why not us? And that's kind of the mentality he's tried to instill in his players for this week's game preparation.
3rd down and 3 for the Terriers. Wyrick out of the pistol. And Wyrick will throw on the run. Wide open. Pass is caught across the 40-yard line. It's Demarie Van Cleve for the Terrier first down.
Van Cleve looked like he was on a go route and just absolutely fooled Jordan Jones. Came straight back to the football on the sideline and was wide open. Couldn't get more wide open than that. You'll see here. He comes back to him. Boom. Look, he's 6-7 yards. The defender is away from him. But he does close quickly to make the play. Keep it, minimized to just a first down and not a whole lot more.
Jordan Jones came up and made the stop for Chattanooga. Mulligan to the 45-yard line. He'll twist just a little bit more to pick up an extra yard or two up to the 46.
Beck and Ben Bruton again.
Tackle label number 53, Ben Bruton.
Sophomore defensive end. Todd Beck was in there to help clean it up. They pick up 4. That's just kind of what Wofford does. They just methodical, I think was the word you used earlier in the game, and that's a highly accurate word.
2nd down and 6. And here's Mulligan. Finds a hole, gets across midfield and a first down. Brandon Dowdell was able to upend him on the stop.
Tackle label number 1, Brandon Dowdell.
A lot of room to run in that behind that offensive line. Look at him. 62, Al Hogan, the center, coming around, pulling out to the left, making some space.
Hogan's a monster.
He is, man.
6'4", 315 pounds.
You don't often see a center that kind of size, especially in the Southern Conference.
Wyrick on a first down. They'll hand it off to the freshman and Ryan Ingram. Ingram to the 40. Freshman out of Stone Mountain, Georgia. He had 2 carries for 21 yards. John Prince, another freshman, made the stop along with Christian Snyder for Chattanooga. Prince, Scott, you mentioned him earlier, a guy that Chattanooga fans are excited about, and the coaching staff excited to see what that guy can do when he's on the field. Mocs actually have 2 freshman defensive ends that they've got a lot of high hopes for. Quay Wiggles is the other. Wiggles out of the Atlanta area. Lovelace to the Chattanooga 38-yard line, and Cam Jones made the tackle for Chattanooga. Cam Jones, his father was Tony Jones, who played on the offensive line. He blocked for John Elway in 2 Super Bowls, and then Cam showed up, reported back January the 15th on campus at Chattanooga. Got a call that night and had to immediately rush back home, and his father had passed away.
So sad. Such a sad story.
Wofford stays on the option. Wyrick, the keeper, first down to the Chattanooga 34.
Great effort.
Well, the Mocs, and I think most of the crowd bid on the play fake.
I did too.
And Wyrick was able to keep it for the first down. Tavy McLean made the tackle for Chattanooga.
You know, that's a pretty good run for a guy that's 5'11", 185. Well, you got 4 or 5 guys on him and keeps that leg drive. You see the effort right there. Keep spinning, get another yard or 2, and pick up that first down. Keep the drive alive.
Fresh set of downs for the Terriers. The Chattanooga 34. And they'll get around the corner and find some room. Lovelace again down the near sideline. Out of bounds penalty flag. Came out late. Let's see where they mark him out of bounds at. It looks like they mark him out at about the 16-yard line. This may be a holding penalty against Wofford. As the officials will converse. Maybe on Keandre Sanders trying to block downfield. We'll get a...
Holding. Number 9.
That is indeed the call.
Replay first down.
Wofford did not check that. They had 4 penalties last week against Mercer and no turnovers in that 31-14 victory. After the mark-off of the penalty, it sets up now 1st down and 3. You don't see that often.
No, you don't.
1st and 3 at the Chattanooga 27-yard line. Throwing for the end zone, caught and then dropped.
Wow.
Sanders had it but couldn't hold on.
Tried to come back and redeem himself after the penalty and just barely missed that. That was a heck of an athletic effort by Mr. Sanders.
Get a look at it here on the replay.
Keandre Sanders stretches out. Jordan Jones on the coverage. You can't play it defensively any better than that. So, nice play by Mock's defense, and what a heck of an effort from Sanders.
So it's 2nd down and 3. And there's Walker to the 25-yard line. They may mark him just a little shy. This is going to depend on the spot of the ball. He gets across the 25, inside the 25. John Prince made the tackle along with Cam Jones. It's 3rd down and a yard for the Terriers.
It's 3rd down.
Third and 1. Let's see if they elect to go back to Walker. Walker was their workhorse last week. This is Mulligan, and he is met by the Chattanooga defense and stopped. It was Ty Beck and Jarrell Lawson came up to make the stop, but not before he picks up the 1st down. Good initial push by that starting offensive line for Wofford.
Line judge marks at the 23, though, and that's enough for a 1st down. Was a really good initial push by the Wofford offensive line. As we mentioned, none of these guys started last year, but they all played a bunch, so they got experience at multiple different positions in that offensive line group.
Here's the give. Walker again, shy of the 20.
Cam Jones just kind of submarines him there underneath.
Walker on the carry.
Right after he picks up about 3, though.
Jones, 6 foot, 225.
57, Cam Jones.
See him come in and throw his body in there and make the stop. Preseason 2nd team All Southern Conference selection. We talked about the pedigree there with his dad being a Super Bowl winning offensive lineman. And we've got a timeout asked for by Chattanooga. Mox will stop the clock with 6:44 remaining in the 1st half. In a 7-7 game. And Wofford broke the huddle there with 12 guys, so they've got to get.
Yeah, that's what Rusty Wright's talking to the official about too.
7-7 our score. Just over 6 minutes remaining, 1st half. Back to Finley Stadium right after this.
Tonight's matchup, me versus an ugly fender bender. If I can eke out a win, it's going to be a miracle, baby.
It wouldn't be a miracle because Geico gives you a team of experts to help manage your claim.
Geico is awesome, baby.
Geico.
How is yours? Because you got the spicy cheesesteak.
A little fire.
A little fire.
And desire.
Oh, I don't know about all that.
Sonic Extra Long Ultimate Cheesesteaks.
You're taking it too far. I know it's date day and all.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got
Limitless possibilities. The boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks.
Big news travels fast on T-Mobile, the leader in 5G coverage and speed. That's why we're bringing out our best deal on the new iPhone 12 with 5G. Right now, get the iPhone 12 on us on each and every plan. Switch now and save 20% on your bill versus the other guys. And that's not an introductory rate. That's the best value in wireless. That's right, the iPhone 12 on us on the leader in 5G. And save 20% per month. Share big moments and big savings at T-Mobile.
This is a color laser printer, and this is the color toner cartridge. It's so expensive, people just print in black and white so they don't have to keep buying them. Walk with me. That's enough. The Epson EcoTank cartridge-free printer. Big ink tanks, lots of ink, and you can save a ridiculous amount on replacement ink. Print in color, all you want, without busting your budget, but you might be busting the move. The Epson EcoTank, just fill and chill. Available at
Reese's eggs are back, and we hit them somewhere you'll never find. Psych! We put them everywhere. Grocery stores and supermarkets, gas stations, and chiropractors' offices, bowling alleys and grocery stores, which we already mentioned. Not sorry, Reese's.
Hazy afternoon in Chattanooga, Tennessee. No rain, at least falling currently. It is in the forecast. It is 7-7 game. 6:44 left to go. First half. Wofford faced with a 2nd down and 8. Terriers caught a break. They broke the huddle before the timeout with 12 on the field. And Wyrick will give it to Lovelace. And Lovelace swarmed by the Chattanooga defense. Shy of the 20-yard line. Give him the 21. Cameron Brown made the stop.
Ryan Lovelace, 5'9", 210 senior. One of those interchangeable running backs they have. They're all good. Nathan Walker, of course, you mentioned Urban Mulligan earlier.
It's third down.
Third down. Jimmy Wyrick today is 5 of 8 passing for 41 yards in the first half. They stay on the ground. Walker to the 20. Well shy of the first down, so it sets up now a 4th down for the Terriers.
Devontae Maxwell comes flying in, too. You see him right there. 90. Had 7 sacks. That led the Southern Conference in 2019. 13 tackles for a loss that same season. That was second. Good for second in the conference. 6'2", 295 junior. Really is a big-time leader. Great locker room guy for Rusty Wright's Chattanooga Mocs defense.
Here is Walker Galarmas, sophomore from North Carolina. And the 36-yard attempt is up, and it is good. And with 5:23 to play, first half, it's a 10-7. Wofford leads.
At DoubleTree by Hilton, Chattanooga downtown, we pride ourselves in caring about the little things that make a big difference, from our warm cookie welcome to serving the community around us, because there is a universal truth in a simple gesture. You can make real connections, create a place that matters, and make memories to last a lifetime. From check-in to check-out, we deliver award-winning service, and always with a smile. So kick up your feet, enjoy a sweet treat, and leave the work to us.
Chattanooga, we've got this. This is our home. Let's stay focused on keeping it safe, a place we can all feel comfortable inviting our friends and family to visit. That means wearing a mask when you are out enjoying your favorite spots around town, washing your hands for 20 seconds, considering getting a vaccine when it's your turn, and continuing to practice social distancing. We need your help for just a little while longer. We've got this.
Behind every Food City meat and seafood counter is a highly trained, certified butcher. Our butchers offer special orders, custom cuts, and even entire meal recommendations. In fact, you'll be so impressed with our butchers, you'll be asking yourself, what can't they do?
Huh, I bet he'd be great at wrapping presents.
Okay, well, maybe not that. But at Food City, our butchers make almost everything better.
Because of this, we built the most powerful Ford Explorer ever with 400 horsepower. Because of this, we built Ford Expedition with best-in-class towing and plenty of room for crew and cargo. Because of this, we built Escape with Ford Copilot 360. And because Ford SUVs are built for this, you made Ford America's best-selling brand.
5:23 to play from Finley Stadium. It's a 10-7 lead for the 11th-ranked Wofford Terriers over the Chattanooga Mocs. 462 days since the last time Chattanooga played a Southern Conference football game before today, as the Southern Conference spring season kicked off last week. Tyron Arnett on the return, and Arnett gets out across the 25-yard line, and that's where the Mocs will go to work on offense. First down and 10. Both teams have had some success being able to move the ball. 121 yards of total offense for Wofford. Mocs have 101 yard of total offense. They get it here with 5:17 left, and it's got to, you got to start to think that maybe if you can bleed this clock down, get a score here, Chattanooga will get the ball to begin the third quarter. So an important drive for the Mocs.
It really is, not necessarily to put in the end zone. Obviously, they would love to do that, but I mean, just to maybe answer that field goal and keep it close. I think the overall
first season, though, with the program. These two grew up about 53 miles away from each other. Sigelmeyer from Selby, South Dakota. Bubba Schweigert from Zeeland, North Dakota. They played amateur baseball against each other, and now they tangle once again as conference foes. UND, South Dakota State, we are underway. Adam Stage able to get things started with a boomer of an opening kickoff. UND the opening coin toss and chose to defer. So it will be Mark Gronowski, the true freshman quarterback from the Chicago suburbs, leading out the South Dakota State offense to get things going. Good look there at the St. Cloud State transfer, who was good last week for North Dakota in his UND debut. This Jackrabbit offense, one of the best in the conference a season ago. Under new leadership this time around, Gronowski able to win the job over the incumbent starters, Jabori Gibbs and Keaton Heide. Those two both healthy, ready to go. They're 2-3 on the depth chart today. Gronowski just simply won the job. He's a poised freshman that can do some things both inside and out.
Absolutely, and I like it. Coach Stig made that known this week that he won the job. There was no injury issues. He just flat out. Was the guy that won that job, and you saw last week. Great game manager, does a terrific job in that offense, and just a cool, calm, collected. And that Northern Iowa game, hate to hit that big pass he needed to set up that game-winning touchdown. Just a great back.
We'll talk much more about Gronowski as this drive continues. A quick look at the fat guys up front, as John Sigelmeyer calls them. It's an experienced offensive line. Wes Janant at center, an all-conference honorable mention pick. Pierre Strong, we mentioned the open and all-American running back behind Gronowski in the pistol here. No Kate Johnson, of course, the outstanding wide receiver that is declared early for the NFL draft, who was a big hit at the Senior Bowl this past year. There are some other threats, though, and here is one now. Deep hookup from Gronowski, finding Jaden Yonke, the sophomore from Madison. Big play on 2nd and 2 to flip the field and put the Jacks inside the red zone.
But this is that time he's got back there, too. You're going to see he's got time to let that play develop, hit his receiver downfield, and a perfectly thrown football for a huge play for the State to start this game off.
49-yard completion from Gronowski to Yonke. You're going to hear a lot of that last name. Jaden and Jackson, the Yonke twins, both sophomores that will feature heavily in this Jackrabbit offense. Here's Strong on 1st and 10. Tackled in the backfield. Good pursuit from behind by Ray Haas, the senior outside backer from Colorado. This North Dakota defense, led by Brett Halinka now in his first year as the defensive coordinator, a standard 3-4 as it's always been, going way back to the early 90s. This unit was phenomenal last week against number 24, Southern Illinois.
Yeah, another team that likes to run the football, and the Salukis and North Dakota just stopped that part of the game and forced them to throw with the backup quarterback. And again, that has to be the same thing today for North Dakota to have success. They've got to be able to stop that running game, force South Dakota State to throw the football.
2nd and 10. Gronowski looking end zone. That was Jackson Yankee this time, the intended target. Evan Holman coverage. The sophomore unable to complete the catch. It'll be 3rd down and 10. That's going to be a matchup that North Dakota is going to see a lot today. Their corners, specifically Evan Holm and C.J. Siegel, matched up against the Yankee twins on the outside. UND loves their secondary. They feel comfortable with all of those guys back there. They're going to play on an island a bit at times today.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And you've got 6'3", 6'2". The good thing for North Dakota is they're used to going against those big bodies in practice, something that they get a lot of looks at. It'll be the same thing today. They're going to put those guys on an island, just a one-on-one matchup.
3rd and 10. Jackson Yankee inside the 10-yard line and into the end zone. Touchdown, South Dakota State. Yankee from 18 yards out. His brother had the 49-yard reception that got SDSU inside the 20, and Gronowski finds the sophomore from Madison here to open up scoring today.
Quick hitters, good thing to do, and then you get that tunnel screen. Great blocking on the outside. What a drive for South Dakota State. Start the game off like that. Big play with the 49-yard catch, and then top it off with a touchdown. About as good of a start as you could ask if you're a Jackrabbit fan.
Cole Fromm on for the extra points. The Nebraska transfer from Omaha. It is up and through. About as good a start as you could ask for John Sigelmeyer and this Jackrabbit offense. Jason Eck, the offensive coordinator, now in his 2nd year calling the plays. Not afraid to get his athletes in space, and Jackson and Jaden Yankee are tremendous athletes.
And that's what it just comes down to, is getting the ball to them early. You know, get them before the route even develops. Just get the ball in their hands, and special things are going to happen, just like they did right there.
Jackson, who was a freshman All-American last season as a punt returner. Impressed in the receiving game as well. 4 touchdowns last year, a time 11-8 champion. It's a part of the Madison Bulldog program that has been so good for so long. Sean Kostic, the special teams coordinator, Bubba Schweigert, UND's head coach. They've seen this before. We saw Southern Illinois go up 7-0 on their opening drive a week ago in this building. UND with an immediate response, forcing a couple of turnovers in that first half. 5 in total for the game as they would pull away and win 44-21 over the Salukis. South Dakota State, as you see, Jackson and Jay Yankee side by side. Able to cap off a 5-play, 75-yard drive that took just 2:02 off the clock. Dream start for Jackson.
Absolutely. You script that first possession as an offense coordinator. That's about as good as that can go right there, and just a terrific job of executing by South Dakota State.
Luke Skokna able to field the kick in his end zone, so it will be North Dakota now starting from their 25-yard line. Good battle today of freshman quarterbacks in this one. Tommy Schuster, the redshirt freshman out of Michigan, making his 2nd collegiate start today as number 2 leads the offense out onto the field. A week ago against SIU, not eye numbers in terms of passing yardage or completion, but efficient. 3 touchdowns, 65% passing, 0 interceptions.
And that's what they want, is that last one. 0 interceptions, 0 turnovers, didn't force anything, ran the offense the way that the coaches needed them to. And again, it was passes like that. No, that one wasn't complete, but those short passes, get them rolling out of the pocket, get the defense moving, you know, side to side. That's what you need to do to net everything else up. And I thought Tommy did a good job of that last week.
The North Dakota offensive line, a big reason why UND was able to run the football for nearly 6 yards a carry a week ago. Nate Nguyen, the center, recognized as the Valley Offensive Lineman of the Week. A lot of talent in the skill positions. They're going to run a lot of 11 personnel and 12 personnel here today, having that extra tight ends in. Skokna motioning through the back. The toss goes to Garrett Mugg. And the junior run out of bounds by the SDSU sideline after a gain of 7 out to the 32.
And those are the kind of plays that, you know, offensively, right, North Dakota is trying to spread things out, trying to get South Dakota State to spread out and go east and west and make sure that they make those backers move, tire them out a little bit, which opens up your run game later on in the game. But again, that's as good of a run right there. You get that ball, you get open space for Mog, picks up big yards on a second down, and now you got a third and manageable.
It's a 4-3 defense for South Dakota State, helmed by Jimmy Rogers and Brian Bergstrom, co-defensive coordinators. Their front seven is where the skill is. Nice play in the secondary to break up what would have been a first down catch to Mog. Malik Lofton, the corner, in on the coverage, nearly picked off by the safety as well in the second look.
Really close right there. That would have been tough for North Dakota right there to get an interception, and you've got that big body in Mog. You think you just get it to him, but great defensive play by the Jackrabbits. And very similar to last week right here, too. Kind of a slow start for North Dakota to make sure that you step up on defense here now and get off the field.
Almost an identical start after giving up a touchdown, a 3-and-out by UND's offense. Jackson Young able to field the Cade Peterson punt back at 31-yard line, and that is where South Dakota State will take over. Strong start for the number 3 team in the country, Jackson Young. An 18-yard touchdown reception, giving NDSU this.
Tonight's matchup, me versus an ugly fender bender. If I can eke out a win, it's going to be a miracle, baby.
It wouldn't be a miracle because Geico gives you a team of experts to help manage your claim.
Geico is awesome, baby.
Geico.
I mean, we could have.
I know where you're going. No, we couldn't have.
You're right. I was going to say we could have got one and shared, but that's not true.
Sonic Extra Long Ultimate Cheesesteaks.
That wouldn't work.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like.
Starting lineups again, brought to you by Shields. Agnew should be a popular name. No Tree people should know. Bryson Strong, it's his brother who plays on the offense. Quay Brown, the leading tackler last year, even with NFL guy by the name of Jeremy Chin, playing. He still led the team in tackles.
Yeah, Chin was almost the defensive rookie of the year, I believe, in the NFL.
Looking for some room on the outside. Johnson can't quite get to it, but he does have enough for the first down. So needed a couple, got one more step than what was needed.
And you talked to Lee a little bit. You're starting to talk about Tyler Rowland was successful on offense. And we talked about staying on schedule. All you need is 3 or 4 yards on offense and the first down, and that keeps your offensive playbook opened up. Second down, you want to get half that to get you an imaginable third down, and I think we saw a lot of that last week. And a little bit more of a simple game plan, but just staying on schedule, staying on the field, and keeping your defense on the sideline drinking Gatorade.
Jalen Bussey is in the I formation right now. The running back, redshirt freshman. Nolan rolls, throws, and hits. Gain of a couple. It's caught by Brosio. Out to about the 35. Hunter Brosio, his first start on the offensive side since I think T. Roll said he was in grade school. That was last week.
Yeah, and Brosio is also, I believe, the backup long snapper. So he's a guy who's always going to be dressed, and now he's getting his chance with Lupke out to make an impact on this offense.
Second down and 8. From the 35, the give. Just a couple of steps there. Not a whole lot, so a third down play coming for NDSU. But first, this from Gate City Bank.
At Gate City Bank, we're committed to making a difference every single day for our customers, our communities, and our team members. This is our team, and this is our field. Gate City Bank, for a better way of life, member FDIC.
6 yards is needed for Matt Entz's offense to pick up the first down here. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Gindorf, the tight end in the slot. Nolan gets it blocked away. So Braden Thomas knocks one away from the Salukis. Zeb Nolan on the third down has a man right in his face, and it's knocked away. I think it was Jordan Berner that got there.
Well, it's an empty formation, and I believe the Salukis bring 5 or 6, and you have no one left in that backfield, obviously, to help block for Zeb Nolan. Someone's going to come free. The ball's going to come out quick. SIU does a good job of getting their hands up, just like we just saw with NDSU.
Garrett Wegner is the punter for the Bison. He sends a low line drive kick back to Strong. No, that's not Strong. He's not back there returning.
Good Javon Williams.
Javon Williams, he returned punts the last time we were here as well. We'll be right back. This is our first commercial break. We're 0-0, 7:23 to play. First quarter from Carbondale, Illinois.
I feel like I would go with the signature strawberry limeade, add in cranberry. It'll give you that kick, like right there in the back.
Sonic Ultimate Drink Stop.
This muscle right here.
Might be a little tart for me.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got
Limitless possibilities. The boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks.
Are the color cartridges in your printer ready for another school year?
Cyan mean?
It means cyan Mara honor roll.
The ink!
I'm so host. Yeah, you are. The Epson EcoTank printer. No more cartridges. It comes with an incredible amount of ink that can save you a lot of trips to the store. Get ready for the Dean's List.
Who's Dean?
The Epson EcoTank. Just fill and chill. Available at...
I saved up some money and then found the home of my dreams. But my home of my dreams needed some work.
So if I was a first lender that even offered a personal loan, and I didn't even know that was an option.
The personal loan let us renovate our single-family house into a multi-unit home.
And I get to live in this beautiful house with this beautiful kitchen. And it's all thanks to SoFi.
Big news travels fast on T-Mobile, the leader in 5G coverage and speed. That's why we're bringing out our best deal on the new iPhone 12 with 5G. Right now, get the iPhone 12 on us on 20% in your bill versus the other guys. And that's not an introductory rate. That's the best value in wireless. That's right, the iPhone 12 on us on the leader in 5G. And save 20% per month. Share big moments and big savings at T-Mobile.
Second possession for Nick Hill's offense, and let's take a quick look at our starting lineups on that Salukis offense, brought to you by Shields. We talked about Furkan, the left guard, the best guy in the middle. Of course, we know by now Lyles is not playing. They've used 3 quarterbacks already, but the receiver group, a very good group as Avante Cox takes the reverse around to the near side. Not much there, and he will go down at that point, tackled by Destin Talbert.
That might have been a first for me, Lee. Maybe I've seen it before. Maybe I think SIU starts to pull a guy one way. I can't see it on this here, but they start to pull a guy when they bring him back the other way with the reverse. Interesting play coming out. It's probably another one of those scripted plays we talked about still in the first 15.
They're trying to get your defenders into a false read, huh?
Oh, absolutely. Because the linebacker, that's what you're reading. Guys pulling across your face. Sometimes it's just a flash. Guy going one way and come back. That's interesting.
Second down and 9 as Williams will keep on the Wildcat right here. A big pile's probably not going to move very far. It goes to about the 35. There's one thing about a Wildcat situation is the plays, even though he threw off of this, are generally not too crazy, are they?
No, they're fairly simple. Sometimes they'll bring a guy a jet motion with a receiver. Sometimes he'll pivot. I did notice in that UND game he kept it quite a bit, and that's why I was kind of wondering whether or not they were going to switch that up a little bit. That's why you usually check on defensive side. You're going to check to something simple, something everyone knows. Get lined up, play fast.
Darrett and Tucker playing the middle on that defensive line now for the Bison. Here's the snap and the give, and it is a first down. First carry for Justin Strong. Justin Strong is just a sophomore. He moved from the safety position because they needed some offense, a little more help in that running back group. Here's the starting lineup from the Bison side on this defense. And we thank Shields for bringing it to you. Tucker and Ching, McCormick and Pierce, the defensive ends are fantastically deep. We've talked a lot about those 3 guys in the pregame show. Dawson Weber still nursing his shoulder, probably not going to play today yet. And I don't even know if Dawson made the trip, to be honest with you. But it is a first down play here now for the Salukis over the middle. Nice fire pass there from Baker. He had a Kind of a small window, but he got the ball there.
Yeah, he did. And NDSU brought both linebackers on that play. He had to get the ball out quick. Some good pressure up front by NDSU. You can see right here, James Kaiser coming unblocked. Really good job by Nick Baker, especially after taking that big hit early, getting the ball out and getting some good first down yardage.
They pick up half of what was needed for the first down. Line of scrimmage to 46. A little swing pass near side to Strong. He's got pretty good speed, and he does pick up the first down from one side over to the 45 here. And the Saluki offense, once again, looking fairly sharp at this part of the field.
Back-to-back pressures for this Bison defense, and sometimes when you do that, especially when you have a guy out wide, you call him number 2 from the sideline, the number 2 receiver. Sometimes the guy guarding him is coming from the inside. It takes a lot longer to get there.
Williams will stay in as the quarterback at this point. I don't see Baker out there, so he's kind of the true quarterback, if you will, even though it's a Wildcat look. He fakes the handoff, spins off one tackle, then pitches it over to Cox, but the Bison have that one sniffed out very, very well. Jackson Henke on the tackle.
You see some of the ability here by Javon Williams, even though this play doesn't go for a lot of yards. Spins off one guy, makes the pitch. But this is just effort right here. Look how many yellow hats show up to that ball. That's going to be that's always a big thing. Trust me, I was around it. Effort on the defense that can make up for some mistakes. And even when you don't have mistakes, just getting guys the ball in case someone does miss a tackle is going to be big for this Bison defense.
Henke, one of the Bison captains this year. 2 yards picked up on that first down. And a timeout taken. Nick Hill takes the timeout. And we will be right back. This is a full commercial break. We're getting toward the tail end of the first, still no score.
How is yours? Because you got the spicy cheesesteak.
A little fire.
A little fire.
And desire.
Oh, I don't know about all that.
Sonic Extra Long Ultimate Cheesesteaks.
You're taking it too far. I know it's date day and all.
At Farmers, we know how nice it is to save on your auto policy. But it's even nicer knowing that if this happened, or this, or even this, we've seen and covered it. So call 1-800-FARMERS and get a quote today.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum. This is a color laser printer, and this is the color toner cartridge. It's so expensive, people just print in black and white so they don't have to keep buying them. Walk with me. That's enough. The Epson EcoTank cartridge-free printer. Big ink tanks, lots of ink, and you can save a ridiculous amount on replacement ink. Print in color, all you want, without busting your budget, but you might be busting the move. The Epson EcoTank, just spill and chill. Available at...
Either you let a system destroy you, or fight it. It's time we grow past that life.
If we go to war, we ain't gonna survive it.
Let's roll.
Give me some reason to believe that we can make it out.
You can't trust anyone. Shelf life of my line of work is pretty limited.
Snowfall, all new Wednesdays at 10 on FX. Now streaming FX on Hulu.
Gillette Pro Glide. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke. So you're ready for the day with a fresh face for a fresh start. For a limited time.
Well, Nick Hill, the head coach of Southern Illinois, didn't like something on play 6 of that drive, so he called the timeout, brought Nick Baker and crew over to discuss things. It's a balanced formation, 2 receivers on each side, and a handoff right up the middle to Elliott. Up to about the 38-yard line or so. Now let's get this quick message from Bank of North Dakota.
Whether you're a parent, grandparent, friend, or family member, College Save is the perfect gift for your pride and joy. Now, with more qualified withdrawals and $25 contributions, there's no reason to wait to help save for your pride and joy.
Salukis 2 yards shy of a first down. And then the ball is on the turf. This should be a false start, shouldn't it?
I would assume so. Blow it dead.
Well, Calvin Francis Jr. is the center. Where's number 65? And he is an interesting story. He's from Turks and Caicos.
5-yard penalty.
An island off
Remains
of
third down.
Turks. And it's an island that Christopher Columbus landed on. I mean, but anyway, the point of the whole thing is he did not know what football
Police at the
was
game
in any
ground
way, shape, or
to
form until
249.
he moved to Florida to live with his sister.
That is crazy. Yeah, that's a crazy story. Usually you hear that people never played football before, like kickers, punters, they were playing soccer or something like that. For him to be able to come in, and it's center, not the easiest position along the offensive line. Pretty impressive.
He's graduated in 3 years with a business degree. He's taken a bunch of odd jobs. You talk to Coach Hill. He says he's focused, driven, organized, mature beyond years. In fact, he's mature enough to say, I'm not one of the best football players out there, but football has taught me how to keep working hard. He's the guy that just snapped it on this third down play. Elliott bounces out of the middle, and he gets free over the middle, and he does pick up the first down. Very nice run there by Romir Elliott, a sophomore from Indianapolis.
This is 2 weeks in a row now, Lee, that we're seeing the opposition against NDSU try to run the ball on third down. It's a really good job there by Elliott to just kind of bounce off a few tackles. And they must be seeing something with what, I don't know if it's the way NDSU lines up or what they're doing on third down, but they're seeing something. They try to attack them on the ground. We saw Youngstown try to do it last week. Not as much success, though, last week.
The snap from the 27. Baker looking to throw. Receivers covered very well. Baker will get what he can before he slides down inside the 25 to about the 24.
Well, you nailed it, Lee. There's two deep coverage there. They had two safeties deep, kind of giving some protection to the underneath coverage, and there was no one open. Baker was just forced to scramble and try to get something. And then once again, you have zone eyes, and a bunch of NDSU defenders able to get to the ball there and bring him down.
Yeah, it certainly looked like a home run or nothing pass pattern because everyone was running deep.
Looked like a three-man route.
But Baker was able to get, they're going to call it 3 yards. Back to pass again, trying to step up in the pocket. Flushed again. Chased out of bounds on the far side. To about the 21.
Well, this offense is built to run the ball, and we kind of see why. I think this offensive line excels when they are run blocking, and they get forced in these drop back throws. It gets a little bit tough for them. And I think NDSU has to take advantage of that a little bit along the defensive line. I thought they had an advantage there last week. Youngstown tried to kind of get rid of that advantage for them by not throwing the ball a ton. I think SIU is going to do something similar, get the ball out quick, as we've seen early on in this ball game.
It's third down here for Baker in the offense. Elliott is his running back, fakes to him, throws on a slant to the wideout. It is incomplete and trying to hit Avante Cox. Now this from Gate City Bank.
Teamwork, talent, dedication, leadership. At Gate City Bank, we're committed to making a difference every single day. Learn more at gatecity.bank/community. Gate City Bank, for a better way of life. Member FDIC.
So Baker will be out there to hold on the field goal attempt. We're going to call it a 28 or 29, 30, well, we'll call it 38 or 39 as Gualdoni puts a foot into it. And it is good. So Nico Gualdoni gets the first points on the board, and it gives the Salukis the lead with just 40 seconds to go in the end of our first quarter. We'll be right back with the kickoff after this.
I mean, we could have.
Yeah, smash that like button. If you're in the chat right now, smash that like button, please.
Sonic Extra Long Ultimate Cheesesteaks.
That wouldn't work.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got them shook like.
Hold up.
Work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. Bring it up into the floor, get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like baby, I'm fat.
Limitless possibilities. The boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks.
Excuse me.
What year is it, please?
It's a 79 AD. Run for your life.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Oh, I just remembered. Pompeii was destroyed in 79 AD, by the way.
What was the volcano called?
Volcano. Alexa, what volcano destroyed Pompeii?
Mount Vesuvius.
Mount Vesuvius. For real.
Are the color cartridges in your printer ready for another school year?
What's cyan mean?
It means cyan, Mara, honor roll.
The ink!
I'm so hosed.
Yeah, you are. The Epson EcoTank printer. No more cartridges. It comes with an incredible amount of ink that can save you a lot of trips to the store. Get ready for the Dean's list.
Who's Dean?
The Epson EcoTank. Just fill and chill. Available at...
At Farmers, we know how nice it is to save on your auto policy, but it's even nicer knowing that if this happened, or this, or even this, we've seen and covered it. So call 1-800-FARMERS and get a quote today.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Today's game is brought to you in part by Shields. Open water is on its way. Make sure you're ready for spring fishing with a visit to Shields in store or online at shields.com. Here's our Bobcat scoring recap. Nick Hill's offense getting the field goal to give his team the lead.
That was a really good drive. I was really impressed, by SIU able to move that ball. And so far, they're beating NDSU at their own game with time of possession, kind of dominating that stat in that first quarter.
This kick heading toward Braylon Henderson's way, takes it about the 3. There's a seam for Henderson. He will keep the block, get to the 35. Ball's loose, but the Bison cover it back up. I think that's Pierce that's back on top of it.
Well, avoiding a little bit of a disaster. There's a good return by NDSU, and I thought this was an area SIU kind of struggled with a little bit at UND. All you're looking for is a seam on these kickoff returns. You see his lead blocker doesn't even know who to block. It's so open. Then the ball comes out. Really good job by who was that jumped on it, maintain possession.
I think it's Pierce, 23. Yep.
Yeah, really good job by Jaden. Get on that ball.
Well, it's only a disaster, I guess, if it doesn't happen. So, crisis averted for the Bison.
No foul.
There's just 31 seconds to play in our first quarter as Nolan's out there for the second time in the offense. He's looking to load up deep, and it's incomplete. He tried to hit Braylon Henderson. Let's go down to Ryan Gellner. Ryan, take it away.
It is a First International Bank and Trust sideline report. Saluki Stadium, guys, holds 15,000 people. Now, due to the COVID protocols in the state of Illinois, today's attendance is limited at just 2,250 people. Beyond that, media access is quite limited. No one extra on the field. If our cameras look a little bit different today, it's because, guys, there are no cameras on the field either. They have to be elevated, and a statewide mask mandate, as you can tell, in place.
Well, what T-Roll always called the Delta formation, and I believe that was Cam Miller's first snap. Cam is a true freshman from Iowa, and he's in there on this run package, but is it going to be one and done? Yes, so it looks like Miller's going to the sideline.
Bison fans are very familiar with that formation. We've seen that from
I
Brock
love it.
Jensen, Carson Wentz, Easton Stick, and now Trey Lance, now Cam Miller coming in for his special package, and I think you'll see that a lot. Even if it's with Zeb, I think they're going to be able to do that.
That is our first quarter, so we've played 3. And on the Ag Country Farm Credit Services scoreboard, you see the Salukis with a 3-point lead over NDSU after 1.
This has got to stay. And
Make sure you hit that like button. We got 63 in the chat, 33 likes. Hit that like button for me, please.
This will keep you out of my tots.
Sonic Extra Long Ultimate Cheesesteaks. Yeah, this might keep me out of your tots.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got them shook like.
Hold up.
Work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. Bring it up into the floor, get wild. We turning up
limitless possibilities. The boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks.
Namari! Let's finish this. Wait, I know what you're thinking, but this story is different.
On March 5th,
Our lands have been at war. Ready the royal army for my daughter's command. I won't let you down.
Something tells me you're not besties. My girl Ryan and I are gonna fix the world.
I want to help.
I'm a warrior. Go, go! All right!
Raya and the Last Dragon. Rated PG in theaters or ordered on Disney Plus with Premier Access March 5th.
I had saved up some money and then found the home of my dreams. But my home of my dreams needed some work.
So if I was a first lender that even offered a personal loan, and I didn't even know that was an option.
The personal loan let us renovate our single family house into a multi-unit home.
And I get to live in this beautiful house with this beautiful kitchen. And it's all thanks to SoFi.
T-Mobile is upgrading its network at a record pace. We were the first to bring 5G nationwide. And now that Sprint is a part of T-Mobile, we're turning up the speed, upgrading over 1,000 towers a month with ultra capacity 5G to bring speeds as fast as Wi-Fi to cities and towns across America. And we're adding more every week. Coverage and speed. Who says you can't have it all?
This is a color laser printer, and this is the color toner cartridge. It's so expensive, people just print in black and white so they don't have to keep buying them. Walk with me. That's enough. The Epson EcoTank cartridge-free printer. Big ink tanks, lots of ink, and you can save a ridiculous amount on replacement ink. Print in color, all you want, without busting your budget, but you might be busting the move.
All right, so quick update for the other games going on. Northern Iowa is winning 6-0 over Youngstown State. Howard 3, Delaware State 2. Robert Morris 16, James Madison 15. Almost into halftime. Halftime right now, Wolford 10.
Takes the direct snap. Some crossing
Wolford
routes there.
10.
Nolan under pressure.
They losing by 4.
From it, and he will not be able to get free. It's Raquan Lindsay, one of the reserve defensive ends in there,
advanced
picking it
business
up.
methods for all your print and document solutions. From multifunctional printers to managed print, ABM has the experience.
Williams is back deep again to get this punt from the Bison, and that was a very good kick. Backpedaling, whenever you're catching it backpedaling, they usually don't go too far forward. There is a flag coming out on the play.
That's going to be a blocking back. Pretty obvious one there by Southern Illinois.
Well, I know punters don't get much credit, but that was a good one.
Yes, it was.
Turn the kick. Block in the back. Return team. Half a distance from the end of the kick. First down, Southern Illinois.
Well, the Salukis will come out on offense after this quick message from Advanced Business Methods.
Trust advanced business methods for all your print and document solutions. From multifunctional printers to managed print, ABM has the experience.
Make sure you guys hit that like button. Hit that like button for me, please.
Contact us today to advance your business.
Baker is back out as the quarterback, and he is going to run for it and not run very far. The Bison swallow him up. The ball comes out late, but I'm pretty sure he was down. That was Matt Shimoleski who jumped on top of it. The right guard, number 60. Kaiser and crew in there.
We talked in the break, Lee. I thought NDSU defensive line had to do a little bit better up front in the middle. They do a little bit of a stump, used to call it an A game, basically manipulating the A gap. Both D tackles twisting, able to come free. I think maybe it was Lane Tucker came free off of it. Did a nice job of stopping the run there on first down, getting the Salukis off schedule.
I see Michael Buto is in there playing defensive tackle as well. So one thing the Bison have a lot of defensive linemen, and they are not afraid to use them. No gain on that first one. Here's a handoff. The Bison are there once again. Short gain on the 2nd and 10 play.
Great Thomas again. Having a nice little game for himself early on here. Able to bat the pass down earlier.
Yeah, Brayton signed at the University of Mary and then transferred to Mankato. And at Minnesota State, he made his mark. He has 116 tackles for loss, which is a Minnesota State all-time record.
He's a part of that defensive line that we talk about a lot. They're going to rotate a lot of guys in there, try and keep them fresh. And I think that's got to be an advantage for NDSU in a lot of games this year, not just this one.
Line of scrimmage is the 9. It's 3rd and long. 3rd and 8 here as Baker sets up and connects over the middle. Does he have first down yardage? I think he does. As Branson Combs, a redshirt freshman from Evansville, Indiana, makes the catch.
This is a really good play on the Nodak Insurance Company replay. You can see the eyes of Nick Baker. This is just a timing thing. And I think Jackson Hankey actually had pretty good coverage. He has to be able to guard against that deep route. And when they hitch up like that, if there's timing, sometimes like you hear him say, there's no defense for a perfect throw. That was really good timing and a nice job by the SIU offense to move the sticks on 3rd and long.
This time he gives it to Elliott, crossing the 20 to about the 22, 23-yard line. Speaking of timing, Kyle, time of possession so far is certainly slanted toward that man's team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was the story of the first quarter. Southern Illinois held the ball for 10 minutes and 11 seconds, and that's something I know I talk about it all the time. That's something NDSU wants to win every week. They actually didn't win it last week, which was kind of surprising, but it didn't really matter in that game. But they're going to have to get that offense to stay out there because they're going to try and wear down this NDSU defense a little bit. And they got them again.
The double clap, Wade D among others. So it's a free shot, a duck. It's picked off by Dom Jones. Dom,
might as well score
you
with it.
might as well run it back in, but this will not be your first interception for North Dakota
That was
State.
interesting. I don't know if
I've seen people give up on a play quite like that.
Even Dom knew that was offsides on NDSU, but you just never know, right? I mean, maybe they call something else. You might as well
Offside.
take it back in that thing.
Defense, number 5.
This one
5-yard
was
penalty. Remains
big
2nd
time
down.
against the Bison. A couple of them. Wages on the near side. I saw Spencer's number. Whoever's playing left defensive end jumped as well.
Yep, and that is not the first time we've seen that. And I think that clap is get to. It's almost like a reaction thing, really. I mean, they know it's coming, but it's just they're not used to it. It's definitely louder. I always loved that about the Fargo Dome. In the Fargo Dome, you can hardly ever even hear the quarterback. All you do is key the ball. You've been using that a lot.
You saw Tony Pierce. He is the defensive end on the other side. So you walk off the 5 and makes it 2nd and 2. Baker gives up the middle, and it should be a first down. Well, we were talking about time of possession, but on that last pass, you got him inside the 10. The defense wants to get this 3rd and out and get off the field. Well, the Salukis do a good job of picking it up on 3rd down with the pass. Here they pick it up again on 3rd down with the pass. I mean, those are the types of things that obviously happen in the second quarter, but sometimes you see effects of it later in the game.
Yeah, you really do. You start to wear down a defense a little bit. Even more than time of possession, you start to look at field position. We talked a lot about that last week. But even if Southern can't even get it, because you don't get points out of this drive, if you can just pin NDSU deep and force your defense, who's playing really well, to come out and try and stop them, that's a success also as an offense.
Williams takes this snap, fakes it, keeps it, and goes for another first down. He's up near midfield to about the 46-yard line, and that's the danger of Javon Williams Jr., the sophomore.
See on the Nodak Insurance Company replay, looks like another type of slant, maybe even a pressure from NDSU. They're able to capture him a little bit. Williams able to find a hole.
Williams will throw out of this one, comes to Strong to the near side, looking for a block. He got one, and the Strong, Justin Strong, up to about the 35-yard line. So back-to-back, impressive big chunk plays here from the Salukis. Now in Bison territory, and it looks like SIU wants to go quick.
Yep, they're showing a little tempo. Williams gets a big run, and I like the play call. Might as well throw it out there. Easy pitch and catch for him. Get it to your playmakers.
Williams is going to run, patient run this time, spins off a tackle from Tucker and gets about 4 or 5 more.
It almost looks like they're giving him, other than that big chunk play we saw, they're almost giving him an option every single time. You saw Avante Cox there; he was one-on-one. I think Williams has the freedom there if he sees it to throw it up to him.
First down pickup of 7, ball on the 28 of NDSU. Salukis working on a 3-point lead. There you see the difference in those first downs. SIU with 9 already. Baker's back in at quarterback. He pulls it and then hits Combs on a slant. Inside the red zone go the Salukis, and after every big play, SIU has tried to go quick.
See on this replay, offensive line blocks it like a run. Nick Baker sees something different. That's the RPO we talk about. And the thing right there that's really hard as a defense is you freeze the linebackers. The linebackers have to get to their fit, but if you don't get to your fit quick enough, then they run the ball. If you get there too quick, now they pull it and they throw the ball. And that's why offensive coordinators love that call so much.
It's first and goal. The ball is on the 10. Baker hands off up the middle. And Williams gets to about the 6 or 7 yard line. Let's pause for a quick message from Shields.
Now announcing the Shields NDSU Coaches Collection starting lineup, featuring gear hand-selected by the Bison coaching staff.
Hey, make sure you hit that like button. Hit that like button.
Go Bison!
Pickup of 3 down to the 7. Well, Baker did the quick clap and then checked to the sideline to see if any adjustments want to be made. Williams did switch sides. He will roll to the right. Nothing open, back to the left. Baker still flips it over to Williams. He has Hayes there inside the 5, but outside of the end zone. I tell you, when he first flipped it, Kyle, I thought maybe he was going to get in.
Yeah, I thought so too. This is kind of some unique offense we've seen on the Nodak Insurance Company replay from SIU. It's a little backyard football. We saw it a little bit from Javon Williams earlier. Now we see Nick Baker doing it. Makes it tough on the defense. You don't know where the ball's going here.
Isn't that the point?
You got me.
Not from a defensive standpoint, though.
No, we want to know. Why don't you just tell us? Where's the ball going?
3rd down and 3. Left hash. Boundaries off to the quarterback's left. Cox will go in motion to the wide side. Handoff to Elliott. He scores. First touchdown of the game. Belongs to the Salukis after SIU scored the first points of the game in the first quarter with a kick. So it's a 9-0 lead for SIU.
Well, we knew this Southern team had talent. I think a week ago that we're seeing right now that necessarily wasn't them. They got derailed by turnovers early. They moved the ball early against UND last week, and then those turnovers made it tough on them. No turnovers this week. They surely have found something that they like against this Bison defense.
Gualdoni's the kicker. The hold is down. It is through. The scoreboard goes to 10 for the Salukis. We'll be right back after this.
Hit that like button for me. Hit that like button, please.
This has got the steak and the sizzle.
All right, while they're in commercial breaks, I'll pop up the scores for the other games so you guys can see what's going on.
Sonic Extra Long Ultimate Cheesesteaks. Yeah, this might keep me out of your tots.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got them shook like.
Hold up.
Work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. Bring it up into the floor, get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like baby, I'm fat.
Limitless possibilities. The boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks.
We make USAA Renters Insurance for the stuff you love. Because if it's worth lugging up 5 floors, it's worth protecting for as low as 33 cents a day. It's that simple. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
This is a color laser printer, and this is the color toner cartridge. They're so expensive, people just print in black and white so they don't have to keep buying them. Walk with me. That's enough. The Epson EcoTank cartridge-free printer. Big ink tanks, lots of ink, and you can save a ridiculous amount on replacement ink. Print in color, all you want, without busting your budget. But you might be busting the money.
Smash that like button for me, please.
The Epson EcoTank.
We'll be doing these games every week, so you might want to subscribe to the channel. I appreciate that if you do.
Today's game is brought to you in part by Shields. Shields is your bison headquarters. Shop the exclusive Coaches Collection in-store and online at shields.com. Nelson and Henderson look to be back deep, and there is the guy who scored on the Bobcat. Game recap. 12 plays on this scoring drive. Beautiful 93 yards. And Elliott's second touchdown of the year was from 3 yards out. The kick is coming to Nelson up to about the 21. Raja to the 32-yard line. And the Bison will come out on offense. After this, the Ag Country Farm Credit Services scoreboard. It's all SIU so far, 10-0.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got them shook like.
Hold up.
Work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. Bring it up into the floor, get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like baby, I'm
Limitless possibilities. The boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks.
I mean, we could have.
I know where you're going. No, we couldn't have.
You're right. I was going to say we could have got one and shared, but that's not
wasn't
true.
gonna work.
Sonic Extra Long Ultimate Cheesesteaks. That wouldn't work.
At Farmers, we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two, like how nice it is to switch and save on your auto policy. But it's even nicer knowing that if this happens, or this happens, or this, or even this, we've seen and covered it. So call 1-800-FARMERS to switch your auto policy, and you could save an average of $470. Get a quote today.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Wow. That's a low price.
Oh, wow. That's a low price.
What? Ooh, that's a low price.
You're so good at low prices.
Yeah.
That's a low price.
Damn, you're off mute, buddy.
No, low price.
I'm nice.
Low price.
That's a low price.
With everyday low prices at Amazon, anytime is a good time to save.
Coming to you fresh-faced from home with new Lash Blast Clean Mascara. 10 times the volume, clean formula that's cruelty-free and vegan. Works for me, works for us, works for the planet. New Lash Blast, the clean mascara that works.
Welcome back to Carbondale, everyone, and we're going to take a quick look at this touchdown here. You see Lane Tucker and Michael Buto running a quick stunt, and lineman able to come up and capture Kaiser, and Southern able to get in for that first touchdown of the game.
No gain on the first down rush from NDSU. So the Bison have a second down and 10 here behind the chains once again in this first half. It's kind of been a little bit of a reoccurring theme, but it's a double tight end situation here on this set for Zeb Nolan. And timeout, second one of the half taken by SIU.
Timeout. Southern Illinois. Their second of the half.
Still 6:45 to go in our first half, but Nick Hill's defensive staff did not like what they saw there. Let's pause for a quick message from Tobalt Seed.
Tobold Seed offers the latest in seed cleaning technology to ensure your crop's full potential. Tobold Seed also contracts, produces, and supplies the finest quality non-GMO soybeans to food manufacturers around the globe. Tobold Seed, grow with us.
As you're looking at Nick Hill, one of the better quarterbacks who has ever played here. And Kyle, that TOP is adding up.
Yeah, it's a shocking stat, especially I was going to say, we saw a 12-play drive from that Southern Illinois offense last time. That does not happen a lot against this Bison defense, especially not last week. We saw them, other than maybe 2 drives that whole game, play pretty well. But I was going to say, too, you know, Matt Hentz, you see Matt Hentz there. This SIU defensive line, I think they got a little bit of a chew in this week. They kind of gave up a little bit last week, it looked like, in that second half. They're playing well right now.
Here's Miller with that delta. Camp's going to keep it. The freshman comes near side and only gets about 2. This is the package that Randy Hedberg and the offensive staff had put in for Miller. More of a quarterback run situation. And he's run it twice. Not much success either time, and back comes Nolan into the offense.
The hard part about that, from a defensive perspective, you don't know who's going to get the ball. You see a lot of things flashing in front of your face. You don't know who's going to get it, and I think that's why NDSU has found success with that package before in the past.
Looks like man under, 2 deep, safety coverage, and a give. Nothing there for Ganella. And a defense that last week in the second half just faded is fired up right now. Their offense has given them 10 points, and the defense has made another 3 and out.
Well, you're exactly right, Lee, and you see a little bit of a stunt. I think that is Juwan Blankenship does a really good job. He's just nice little slant there, and he's able to get into the backfield. Like we said, this defensive line did not play well in that second half last week. They're showing up here for Nick Hill in this defense.
Yeah, Blankenship had a tricep injury, and he did not have any live work all spring until he was cleared to play right before the UND game last week.
Well, we can hear it up here. This SIU team, they're fired up right now.
The Bison take the timeout because there were only 10 guys out there on this special teams play.
I promise you, Coach Hentz is not happy about that. That's one of those things. If you're on special teams, you got to be tuned in because a lot of those guys, maybe not on the field as much. You got to be tuned in, and when it's your time to get out there, you better be out there.
Hey, now this from Gate City Bank.
Hit that like button if you haven't already. Hit that like button.
Back the Bison with the free NDSU debit card, and Gate City Bank will give $10 to NDSU for each card ordered. Visit gatecity.bank/champions to order yours. Gate City Bank, for a better way of life. Member FDIC. Avante Cox is back to receive the punt instead of Williams for the first time in this game. The fair catch will give the Salukis the ball back on the 26. We'll be right back as Matt Hentz's defense goes back on the field once again after this break.
Arby's, 2 for $6 every day. The biggest fish sandwich of your life. Twice. 2 of those things for just $6. Arby's, we have the meat.
At Farmers, we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two, like how nice it is to switch and save on your auto policy. But it's even nicer knowing that if this happens, or this happens, or this, or even this, we've seen and covered it. So call 1-800-FARMERS to switch your auto policy, and you could save an average of $470. Get a quote today.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got them shook like.
Hold up.
Work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. Bring it up until the floor get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like baby, I'm fat.
Limitless possibilities. The boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks.
This isn't just a Wi-Fi upgrade. This is Xfi Complete from Xfinity. With unlimited data and advanced security, you'll have complete peace of mind online and will ensure that you get the most Wi-Fi coverage.
Make sure you hit that like button. If you know somebody that was trying to watch the game, share this with them.
Magenta. hate cartridges. Not magenta, not magenta. I'm not going back to the store. Magenta! Cartridges are so...
The Epson Eco Tank. No more cartridges. It comes with an incredible amount of ink that can save you a lot of frustration. The Epson Eco Tank.
Just fill and chill. Available at...
Well, that stat maybe says it all so far in this first half. 180 total yards for the Salukis to NDSU's just 2 yards of play on 13 plays. This will be snap number 32. And it will be a reverse to Cox as he tries to get to the outside. Has a couple of blocks following a big man. Run down from behind. That play I thought was at first going to get more than it did, but the Bison were able to run it down.
Well, it looked like the exact same play we saw earlier, Lee, when they kind of bring that one guy in motion. He starts to full back one way. See right there, 43 SIU comes in one way, comes back the other. Just all kinds of misdirection from this offense right now. Trying to get this NDSU defense on their heels.
Michael Tutsi comes up with the tackle. Cox came up shoeless. Just a good look at Tuts. Very, very good preseason All-American. 9 career interceptions already for the junior from Indianapolis. Hand off to Elliott, tries to bounce it. Wagey and others right there. No gain on that play. Kaiser also there.
Now you start to see a little enthusiasm. So far, a lot of the enthusiasm seen from the Southern Illinois sideline right now. I think this is a big play for this Bison defense to be able to just get off the field. Maybe give your guys your offense who's struggling a little bit right now. Give them a shorter field. See if they can't get something going.
3rd down and 3 from the 33. Ball has to get across the 36-yard line for a first down, which so far in this game, the Salukis have done a good job on 3rd down. Baker's going to throw for it. He's going to throw deep. He has a man, Cox. It is caught at about the 36-yard line. Avante Cox tripped up inside the 2. But on a 3rd and 3, Baker and the boys go big, and it works all the way down to the 2-yard line.
We talked about Avante Cox being an absolute weapon. You see on the Nodak Insurance replay, we got an ISO here with Josh Hayes, one of the better. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong spot. Dom Jones ends up on him. Almost looked like, I don't know if it was a pressure, but some of the linebacker, I think it might have been a man-to-man situation there. Nothing underneath for Dom Jones, and he gets beat deep.
You always look at the hips of a defensive back. If his first turn is wrong, he's in big trouble. Jones was in big trouble on that play, but he did keep the Salukis out of the end zone, the long pass play, and it will be a quarterback run trying to follow Strong, but it is Williams stopped. I don't know if you got a half a yard on the play or not, but the Bison keep the Salukis out of the end zone at this point. Clock is on the move, just over 3 minutes to go in the first half.
Is this just a completely different team than we saw a week ago, Liam?
Yes.
A little bit on both sides, but mostly I'm talking Southern Illinois against UND. They held it up there a little bit in the first half. But I just feel like their enthusiasm, their confidence, I think they like this game plan.
We're seeing the team that was a preseason pick in the top 25.
Yep, Salukis ranked number 24 last week heading into that game in Grand Forks.
So Baker's going to be up under center from the 2. Baker on a hesitation. Now we'll try to run for it. He runs out of the tackle from Tucker, but losing yardage back to the 5. Nice defensive play. Bison not fooled as Baker tried to hold that ball on his hip.
Yeah, a little bit of everything in this play. Fake the run, fake the reverse. Nick Baker trying to make something happen. This could be a really big goal line stand for this NDSU defense. They got to get something going momentum-wise. It's been on the side of the Salukis pretty much this entire first half.
The Bison were unable to get off the field on that 3rd and 3. Then the long bomb downfield to Avante Cox has now set up a situation here inside of 2 minutes to go. And the Salukis will call a timeout. That's exactly what they do. Nick Hill uses his final timeout of the first half. Let's take this pause and hear this message from Gate City Bank.
At Gate City Bank, we're committed to making a difference every single day for our customers, our communities, and our team members. This is our team, and this is our field. Gate City Bank, for a better way of life, member FDIC.
Well, we're in one of the situations where NDSU cannot get to halftime fast enough, and the last thing the Salukis want is to take a break.
Well, and the other thing for this NDSU defense, SIU is 6 for 8 on third down so far. I think that's the story of the game. NDSU, for the there's a lot of storylines in this first half, but NDSU's been able to get them into third downs. They just can't get off the field.
Logan McCormick lining up on this third down and goal. They'll hand it to Elliott, and he is close but short. About the length of a football. Fourth down and goal.
Decision time.
Absolutely. Go for it, don't you?
I would. Lucas Davis out there, 74 offensive lineman. He's pointing to the sideline. Hey, let's go for it. 76 there too.
And keep in mind too that Nick Hill does not have a timeout to talk about it, so they'll go to their best short yardage play. Bringing an extra tight end in. And now okay, replay time to see if the ball was indeed short. So this will go up to the booth, and we are the official replay video for the replay crew, which I believe is just off to our right. So set it up again. It was 3rd and goal from the 5, and a handoff to Romir Elliott. Elliott scored the first touchdown. During live action, one of the linesmen said he's about a length of a football short.
I couldn't tell from here, Lee. I would agree. Live, I thought he was down, but there might have been a little bit of a second effort there that we just weren't able to see. He might have been able to get in there.
Okay, after the replay officials look at it, here's home. Nodak Insurance Company replay.
The other thing is, though, with all those bodies.
Oh, there's the ball. It does get stretched out. So, but do we see the knee or anything else?
It's got to be indisputable.
And the guy off to your left, do you see the high guy?
Yep.
Watch the linesman at the top of the screen. He's going to be the one that marks it. He's the one that determines the ball did not cross the plane of the goal.
Sounds like it's going to stand.
But it does give the offensive staff that extra timeout that we said they didn't have. So now they certainly can talk about it. And I have a feeling you're going to see Williams come in as the quarterback. Down the line look, have to break the plane. We can't even see the ball.
I just think it's one of those situations. I think that ref had the best look of anyone, better than the cameras. With all those bodies, you're not going to be able to see that. But, hey, if you're Southern right here, you're a running team. You've been moving the ball all game. Why not go for it right here and really give yourself all the momentum heading into halftime?
Javon Williams Jr., number 15, in there. This is their Wildcat setup. Williams, a big bruiser, 245 pounds. He's going to run right up the middle, dives, and he is in. So on 4th and goal with under a minute to play in the half, the Salukis make good on the long pass to Cox and score it on 4th. 16-0 pending the PAT.
Well, I think what we're seeing right now is a confident football team, Lee. If we take a look at this touchdown here from Javon Williams. Seems like NDSU does a decent job along the line, but sometimes it's just tough to account for the guy going up and over. Williams able to do that nicely there for the touchdown.
Gualdoni, the PAT kicker. He's a senior, been around a while. We've said his name a few times and put one more point behind his column. So you see that there on the Ag Country Farm Credit Services scoreboard. It's now 17-0 SIU out in front as we take another look at that 4th down touchdown.
Well, this is that +1 running game we talk a lot about. You're going to see the fullback lead up on Jackson Hankey. He gets a nice block there. And then, like I said, it's just tough to account for that unless you can anticipate it a little bit or your linemen are able to chop down their linemen and you're able to get a jumper as well. Sometimes you get a big guy like that jumping over the top. There is really no defense for it unless you can get penetration in the backfield and not let him jump in the first place.
Well, I'm glad you gave a little credit there to Jacob Garrett, he's called the tight end, but in this case, the fullback. He really did get a nice lead block. Your Bobcat scoring recap, 7 plays, 74 yards. It'll go down as a Williams 1-yard touchdown run, but the 3rd and 3 pass to Avante Cox is what made all that inside the 5 happen for Nick Hill's team.
This is a little bit of an unfamiliar territory for this Bison team in this 39-game winning streak. I don't know, Lee. Do you know the last time NDSU was down 17-0? It might have been when I was around.
I don't know. No.
I think we lost to Northern Iowa 20-3.
I think so. Yeah.
So I don't know if that was the last time or not, but
I know David Johnson is the guy that most people think of on that team. But Xavier Williams was the guy that won it for UNI that day. He was a nose guard.
He was a good. He was on my team in that Shrine Bowl. He was a really good player for them, and he made a nice little NFL career for himself as well.
The last few kicks have been short. This one will be squibbed, and it is going to come down to Henderson at about the 17-yard line, and this should be a penalty. He gave himself up, didn't he? The knee down, but no flag after the tackle. I thought, well, to me, it looked like Henderson kind of sacrificed him the play, and then he got drilled.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Lee. I thought it was a pretty obvious kneel down. Well, you know, if he was a quarterback, that flag was coming out. Returner, I guess not so much.
Just 52 seconds left here. I don't know if the Bison will get crazy or not. We'll see. Nolan has all three receivers to the wide side. Here's a handoff to Kobe Johnson. Johnson stays on his feet, comes near side and rolled. No, he stayed inbounds. So the clock will continue to move up to about the 23.
Looks like the Bison offense going to go a little bit fast. I think it's important for them to just get some type of momentum, even if they don't get points in this drive, just to get something so you're feeling good coming out of halftime.
Picked up 4. Here's Nolan with time. He's going to go on a one-on-one. Back to Watson. Christian knocked away. He had it in his hands, and then James Caesar knocks it away. Caesar, a Division II All-American when he was at Ferris State. And then he started as a junior before a season-ending injury, and here he's making a big play for the Salukis.
Yeah, we'll give credit to James Caesar. I think Christian might have got pulled down there by a face mask. Might have missed that one a little bit. Christian got a little bit away with a little bit of a pull, but that's a pretty obvious face mask. I'm surprised that one wasn't called.
Certainly like the one-on-one opportunity there for Watson. 3rd down and play. Clock starts at the snap. There's 20 seconds left in the half. Nolan will go to the flat to Kobe Johnson, but he could not catch it in stride. It is a first down. The clock will stop to move the chains, but Johnson unable to get some momentum up the field on that, even though he made the nice catch on 3rd down.
I think if you're the Bison, though, you're just happy with the first down. Like I said, just get something going here. You want to come away with some type of points, but I just think, it's kind of just felt weird. I don't know if flat is the word we kind of throw around a little bit, Lee. Matt Ensign, this NDSU offense and the defense really unable to get things going here in this first half. We'll have to go into halftime and kind of regroup a little bit.
Talk a little bit about that, Kyle. You've been in a lot of locker rooms, and especially in the NFL. I mean, it's just like a flash. The halftimes are short. In college, you have more time to make adjustments. How do those adjustments work? You break up in groups, most teams, or how do you handle that?
Yeah, usually break up in groups. Usually you come in, you'll talk as a defense, or the head coach, Matt Ensign, will come in, he'll say a few words. And then you break up and you really go over what's been hurting you, what's been working, what you think they might try and do in the second half, and really just any adjustments you want to make, whether that's calls or what have you.
Johnson motions back into the backfield. He'll stay in on 3rd down protection. A lot of time for Nolan. Zips the far out. It is caught on the far side by Jacob. Bison pick up another first down up to the 48, and the clock will stop at 9.
There's a good confident pass from Zeb. That's not an easy throw, too, all the way to the far sideline. Does a nice job looking up with Cole Jacob and gets out of bounds, stop that clock.
I know Coach Hedberg was talking a little bit about this week with me about trying to get Nolan to speed up a little bit. Sure. Get to your actions quicker. Get set up quicker. If you're handing it off, do it a little bit quicker. There he had his feet set and really was able to get past and get by some momentum behind that throw. Nolan will drop again. He'll be able to step up again. That is Gindorf. Another first down inside the 40 to the 38, but there will be one play left in the half. Just 2 seconds to go.
I think this is probably Hail Mary territory. I don't think you.
All right, so once they go into the half, I'll switch it to another game. Once they go to the half, I'll switch it to another game. When they come back, I'll put it back on this game.
Speed, and there's only what 6 or 7 miles an hour. So you need about a 40 mile an hour behind you.
Yep.
Three receivers to the right, two tight ends in there. Babbage is the middle guy on the right side. That's where Nolan is looking. It is headed toward Babbage in the end zone, tipped up. Caught, I think. Yes. The Bison catch it. The Hail Mary works. Zep Nolan and crew get 6 points. Jake Lippy comes away with it. Babbage was able to tip it, keep it alive, and Lippy, the redshirt freshman, slides in there and gets his first NDSU touchdown receiving on the Hail Mary.
How about that, Lee? Unbelievable. As I was watching that play develop, I'm thinking, usually when you get in this situation, you're underneath guys. Eventually you start to carry. They just didn't really carry. They had the two guys deep, and they kind of came in late.
All scoring plays are automatically looked at, and regardless of the context of the game. But this is certainly one that will be looked at again with 0 time on the clock. And when the replay officials see what we did, this will be touchdown NDSU. Lippy with a clear catch.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's no way he gets up with the ball. It never comes close to touching the ground. And what a shift in momentum. Momentum is, trust me, it's a real thing. You can feel it almost as a player, as a fan, even as a broadcaster. You can feel the momentum.
Hit that like button. Hit that like button. If you haven't already hit the like button, hit that like button.
I mean, that could be, sometimes you just don't know when one play can change a game. You just never know. Sometimes it comes down to a play. You don't know if it's at the end, in the middle, first quarter, whatever. That might be the play that turns this game around for the Bison.
The play will stand. Lippy, yes, indeed, has the touchdown. And the Bison are coming out for the PAT.
Sound is confirmed.
And I believe NDSU gets the ball coming out of half. So that's the old 2-for-1 there. You're able to get points right before half. Now you get the ball kicked back to you coming out of the locker room.
Holds, Reinholz kicks, and the Bison have a 7th point on the Ag Country Farm Credit Services scoreboard. 17-7. So the Salukis still with that 10-point advantage. But what Kyle was talking about on that drive is to get something to boost the team, and the Bison certainly got that something on the touchdown pass.
I was more thinking just maybe move the ball, right, Lee? Get a couple first downs, get some confidence. I think a Hail Mary and a touchdown with no time to go, that also qualifies as a momentum gainer.
Matt Entz is making his way over in the sideline off to our left. Ryan Gellner is hanging around there. And Ryan, take it away. Hey, the coach's team got some points.
Yeah, they sure did. Coach, a frustrating first half, I would assume.
Oh, yeah. Jumping off sides on defense on third down and giving free plays. And we have just yet to create any continuity or consistency offensively. So, great going into half with a touchdown, but we're a long ways from playing very well.
You get the football back to start the second half, so you got to feel like at least momentum has maybe shifted a little bit.
Well, yeah, we got to find a way to stop them and get off the field a little bit on defense. We're in third and long, and we still can't get it done. So we got to come up with some answers, get some energy going.
We'll let you do just that. Good luck the second half.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Up next, the Proceed halftime report. Ag Country Farm Credit Services scoreboard. We are at the break with the Salukis leading the Bison right now, 17-7.
Hey, Limu. How great is it that we get to tell everybody how Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need? I mean, oh, sorry. Whoops.
It's just cramps, and he's able to go back into the sideline, feel better, come out for the next defense possession.
Leatherneck's able to get a stop there on third down. They'll take over on offense again. About 2:29 left in the first half. plenty of time for the Leathernecks to make their way down the field and get another score. So thankfully, Greg Benton's able to walk off on his own power. Looked like it could have been a cramp the way he was moving his leg. He's right back to the defensive huddle. Looks like he's going to stay out there for special teams.
Well, that's just the type of player you want.
Now he'll come out.
He was hurting, but he was willing to put his body out there.
One of those
That's what
players
you
who
want.
just wants to stay out there no matter what. You see him knocking on his leg.
Might be a Charlie horse.
Looks like it. See Tony Tate back to receive. The Bears will punt off here. High snap. Just got it off in time. Tony Tate with the fair catch at about the 10-yard line. Leathernecks will have a long way to go.
See if the Leathernecks can ride off their defensive momentum. This defense has been just holding Missouri State down ever since that first interception. It's just been all WIU defense. Hopefully the offense can help capitalize on those situations that they're getting.
2:16 left in the half here. Leathernecks will take over on offense with a tie game. Take over at the 12. See if the Leathernecks can make their way down the field. Have to run their 2-minute offense to get down there. Still have all 3 timeouts. Sampson back to pass. Lets it go deep.
Oh, no.
Picked off.
Well,
Leathernecks did not need that.
it was looking like a little bit of a defensive showcase in this second quarter.
Montre Braswell with the pick. A little bit of a miscue there by Connor Sampson. Good coverage down the field. Tried to go for a big play, just couldn't get it there. Braswell was right there for the pick.
He got the one-on-one that he wanted, but he just wasn't able to throw it out high enough. Just right there.
Right to him. Just wasn't able
Like
to get
right
in
in his
front.
lap. Well, this Leatherneck defense has been very, very strong this quarter. So hopefully they're going to be able to stop him here.
Greg Benton Jr. is just itching to get off that sideline. See the Leathernecks defense come back out onto the field. We'll see what Jaden Johnson and this offense have in store. 2:10 left in the half. On the Leatherneck side of the 50.
It's going to be a draw.
Draw. Zeldin up for a nice gain.
Not a bad play call. Western's probably expecting pass with 2 minutes left. That's why he put in the draw and getting a couple yards there.
Nice play there by Sheldon Manning. We'll see what Jaden Johnson has to do with the clock ticking down under 2 minutes now. And takes it. Handoff against Sheldon Manning. Stops a little bit. Breaks the tackle. And look who it is. Greg Benton Jr. with the stop.
Wow.
Limping off the field again. Looked like that injury might be hurting him a little bit.
Greg Ben was on a mission today. Hopefully this injury doesn't sideline him for the rest of the game because he's a huge factor for this defense.
Gets off the block, goes right for the ball.
Stops him right there.
Down.
3-4 yard line and goes out of bounds. Out of bounds at the 4. And that's where Wofford will start. The Terriers will be backed up deep.
Luker steps up out at the 4-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10, Wofford.
Tell you what, you're going to see the touchdown here. Appleby, he has got 9 carries, 25 yards in this touchdown just minutes ago. Just stays on his feet. He was almost down and just kind of drove, put his hand down to keep his balance, and drove into the end zone again. But umpires got smashed, but Chattanooga gets the touchdown.
Well, you'd have to go back to 2014 to find the last time Chattanooga defeated Wofford at Finley Stadium. So it's been a while. A lot of time left, though. Just underway in this fourth quarter. Mocs have the lead. To throw from his end zone is Wyrick, and it's an incomplete pass. The ball was tipped, or maybe somebody got a little bit of Jimmy Wyrick's arm as he was in motion to throw. He was aiming.
TJ Luther didn't really run the same route. Didn't look like they were on the same page at that point in time, but that was well defended by, was it Jordan Jones? 14. Just stayed with him, and And that brings up second down.
Ryan Lovelace in the backfield for Wofford. He had a big run on the last possession for Wofford that set the Terriers up in Chattanooga field position. Here's Wyrick to throw the screen out to the 10-yard line, and Garrison Moore is upended by Cam Jones and Jordan Jones.
No relation. But, yeah, Ty Beck was all in the quarterback's face and Jimmy Wyrick's face and pressure him, but their big tight end, 6'5", 245, 86 right there, Garrison Moore, the senior. Had a nice catch and run.
It is third down for the Terriers. Third down and 3 from the 11-yard line. They're 5 of 9 today on third downs. Wyrick with the give, and he's cut down from behind. Walker.
Maxwell. Devontae Maxwell with a nice tackle. Stops in the backfield.
The freshman All-American back in 2019. Snipers, Nathan Walker. And on fourth down, Wofford will be forced to punt from their own end zone. Brandon Dowdell to return it for Chattanooga.
He's standing right at midfield, so Chattanooga, barring any fumble here, is going to have some decent field position.
It's Landon Parker on to kick it away. Parker also a tight end for the Terriers. And Dowdell with a chance to return one and lost his footing. Mox will take over in Wofford territory. They'll have it at about the 48, 49-yard line with 13:20 to go. Fourth quarter, Chattanooga with a 21-13 lead. Back to Finley Stadium after this.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got them shook like.
Hold up.
Work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. Bring it up into the floor, get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like baby, I'm fat.
Limitless possibilities. The boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks.
Wendy's new jalapeno popper chicken sandwich and salad prove Wendy's goes all in on flavor. Unlike...
We put a bun inside the sandwich. Bun, bun, bun.
Hurry into Wendy's and try the new jalapeno popper chicken duo today.
This isn't just a Wi-Fi upgrade. This is X-Fi Complete from Xfinity. With unlimited data and advanced security, you'll have complete peace of mind online and will ensure that you get the most Wi-Fi coverage. Learn more about X-Fi Complete today.
At Farmers, we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two, like how nice it is to switch and save on your auto policy. But it's even nicer knowing that if this happens, or this happens, or this, or even this, we've seen and covered it. So call 1-800-FARMERS to switch your auto policy, and you could save an average of $470. Get a quote today.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
As Florida opens for business and we get back to work, more and more cars will be driving on the road. Be careful out there. If there's an accident, we'll be here to help. Call Lytle Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath for a free consultation.
This is star power from the jump. This is the best of the Mountgooders.
Today's bright spot of the game presented by Suntan City. Suntan City, let yourself shine. How about a couple of newcomers for Chattanooga, a couple of guys that came from Western Kentucky back to the Scenic City in the case of Jake Gibson, a Chattanooga native with a touchdown catch, and there's another WKU transfer, Gino Appleberry, into the end zone for the touchdown. Drayton Arnold to throw over the middle, pass complete. Reggie Henderson inside the 30-yard line. Drayton Arnold now 14 of 21, over 200 yards passing today and a touchdown. Scotty's been tremendous today.
That was a clothesline, too. What a rope. I mean, it was absolutely on the money, but watch. No, just almost straight dart right to Henderson, wide open in front of the defender. And I'll tell you, man, I really think like Drayton Arnold is the story here, and his poise and just the way he's played today. It hasn't been superstar fantastic, but man, you talk about rock solid. That's Drayton Arnold.
207 passing today. Here he is again, throwing for Henderson, who makes the catch and is out of bounds.
Back shoulder throw. I mean, that is great adjustment by Henderson, first of all. But secondly, that's another throw where Arnold just throws it where only his guy can catch it. Flip, just a little flick of the wrist, and boy, there is nothing Donovan Anderson could do about that.
And a first down and 10 for Chattanooga. Mocs have it at the 11. They can get a first down around the 1 yard line. Arnold again to throw. And he has to throw this one away. Had pressure coming in his face. It was Elijah Ball coming right up the middle.
Big nose guard, 6'3", 255, sophomore. Bearing down on you. You had to get rid of it.
So sets up second down and 10. Mocs quick on this drive. UTC had been very methodical today. We saw an 8.5-minute drive for the Mocs that produced no points. They had a nearly an 8-minute drive back in the first half that resulted in a touchdown. UTC playing with maybe a little more tempo here as Gibson motions into the backfield. And here's Price around the right side, and Terrell Price gets inside the 10 before he's tripped up. It was Rhett Russell came up and made the stop. Russell's a great story.
He sure is.
At Wofford. He walked on at Wofford, and Coach Josh Conklin said that they told him, if you can get on the 2 deep, we'll give you a scholarship. Well, he not only got on the 2 deep, he ends up
the 1 deep.
The one guy. Yeah, he's the starter. Was 170 pounds when he came to Wofford out of Alatoona High School in Ackworth, Georgia.
He was a safety in high school, too, so he's moved into the linebacker position and done well.
Arnold on third down, has time, end zone, incomplete, goes in and out of the arms of Tyron Arnett. Miles Richardson in coverage, Isaiah Wadsworth there as well for Wofford. So now it's fourth down. Mocs are going to send out Skylar Wilson. He'll have another opportunity to connect on his first collegiate field goal. This one will be from 26 yards out. Missed earlier from 40. And Skylar Wilson. It's 24-13. And Chattanooga makes it a 2-score game with 11:18 left to play. Mocs in front of the 11th ranked Terriers. Back to Finley Stadium.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got
Limitless possibilities. The boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks.
This isn't just a Wi-Fi upgrade. This is X-Fi Complete from Xfinity. With unlimited data and advanced security, you'll have complete peace of mind online and will ensure that you get the most Wi-Fi coverage. Learn more about X-Fi Complete today.
Namari! Let's finish this. Wait, I know what you're thinking, but this story is different.
On March 5th,
Our lands have been at war. Ready the royal army for my daughter's command. I won't let you down.
Something tells me you're not besties. My girl Ryan and I are gonna fix the world. I want to help. I'm a warrior. Go, go! All right!
Raya and the Last Dragon, rated PG in theaters or ordered on Disney Plus with Premier Access, March 5th.
At Farmers, we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two, like how nice it is to switch and save on your auto policy. But it's even nicer knowing that if this happens, or this happens, or this, or even this, we've seen and covered it. So call 1-800-FARMERS to switch your auto policy and you could save an average of $470. Get a quote today.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Hey there, I'm Jake, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A's new Grilled Spicy Deluxe is that grilled chicken that we all know and love with the grilled marks. It's super juicy. The heat, the cheese, the multi-grain brioche bun, the flavor is just out of this world.
Hey, I'm Amber, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. This is not your traditional spicy chicken sandwich. You get the grilled flavor, seasoning, spices, married all together to this perfect sandwich. It's literally like fireworks in your mouth.
Let's go forth. Scott McMahon back at Finley Stadium with the Chattanooga Mocs have the 24-13 lead over the Wofford Terriers. Just over 11 minutes left. Mocs have used a balanced offense and a great day from quarterback Drayton Arnold as the fair catch is called for by TJ Luther. Ball will come to the 25-yard line, and that's where Wofford will start with a first down at 10. Terriers have had a quarterback battle throughout.
This flavor got him shook like. Work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. Bring it up into the floor, get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like baby, I'm fat.
Limitless possibilities. The boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks.
This isn't just a Wi-Fi upgrade. This is X-Fi Complete from Xfinity.
All right, guys, halftime is over.
You'll have complete peace of
The
mind online, and we'll ensure
game
you
is
get
back
the
on
most Wi-Fi coverage.
right after these commercials.
Complete today.
At Farmers, we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two, like how nice it is to switch and save on your auto policy. But it's even nicer knowing that if this
What up, Phil?
or this happens,
Mr. Facts, thank you for the $2.99. Appreciate this T2Y. Y'all hit that super chat. Appreciate that, boss. Thank you for the $2.99 donation.
switch your auto policy and you could save an average of $470. Get a quote today.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
My name is Raya. Let's catch you up. The world's broken. And our people are divided.
The world is full of good people. Don't give up on them.
On March 5th,
It's up to us to restore peace. Note to self, don't die.
Raya and the Last Dragon, rated PG in theaters or order it on Disney Plus with Premier Access March 5th.
Hey there, I'm Jake, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A's new Grilled Spicy Deluxe is that grilled chicken that we all know and love with the grilled marks. It's super juicy. The heat, the cheese, the multi-grain brioche bun, the flavor is just out of this world.
Hey, I'm Amber, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. This is not your traditional spicy chicken sandwich. You get the grilled flavor, seasoning, spices, married all together to this perfect sandwich. It's literally like fireworks in your mouth.
Mr. Buble, not again.
Just fixing a little typo, Gladys. Oh, what's this? Buble Bounce?
Yeah, a little caffeine, no calories. It's great.
Kick of caffeine. Just what I needed to fix all these. Would you pronounce it bounce or bounce? Yeah, Buble Bounce.
Not how it's pronounced.
No calories, no sweeteners, just a kick of caffeine.
Florida is getting back to work, but let's make sure we continue to follow all state safety guidelines. At Lytle Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, we are taking every precaution to ensure the safety of our clients and staff. Let's get back to work. Stay safe out there.
Trailing 17-7. Just a couple of things to throw out there before we get the kickoff. Oh, let's go to this, the last play of the half.
Yeah, what a player here. And I wanted you to watch number 7 there, Jonathan Thompson for SIU. We're taught a lot when it comes to these Hail Mary situations. You have a few jumpers and you have guys that need to box out. He doesn't box out Jake Lippy. Sometimes that happens. Ball ricochets right to him, and that's what happens when you make mistakes defensively.
Second half starts with Braylon Henderson trying to get to the left side, but he only got to the 13-yard line. So the Bison offense will come out to start the third quarter. If you're wondering, the last time the Bison were down 17-7 at the half, that was to SDSU back in 2017. And the last time the Bison trailed 17-0 Well, they had a big comeback. No, that was the game they lost against JMU in 2016. The only time in the last 9 years the Bison have not gotten to Frisco. Well, all the adjustments have been talked about. Now it's time to see if those will work. We're in the third quarter, first snap, second half. Zeb Nolan back to pass, fires over the middle, incomplete, looking for Watson.
I don't know if that was a little bit of a miscommunication. I think Zeb thought Christian was going to keep running a little bit further. Stops the route a little bit short. Unfortunate. That one just ends up on the turf, not in the hands of a Saluki defender.
It looked to me like Watson had to decide whether he wanted to stop on this side of the linebacker drop or jump to the other side. Nolan will keep it. No gain. Let's take a look at the quarterback comparison sponsored by the North Dakota Beef Commission, funded by beef farmers and ranchers. This is the first half for Nolan, where he was 6 of 9, 86 yards. And, of course, the last 37 of those, the most exciting play of the half, at least from NDSU standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the numbers aren't terrible. They just weren't able to stay on the field enough to get the things going, especially in the passing game.
But what hurt NDSU in the first half is what they face right here. Third down and long. It's 3rd and 12. You need the 19 to stay on the field for the offense. One-on-one on the high side, a little bit of an out. It is caught, but it might have been short of the first down. Lippy, who caught the touchdown on the tip, but one step shy of first down yardage.
Regardless, you're happy. You see in the Nodak Insurance Company replay. Nice route by Lippy. I thought that was even better by Zeb. He had a little bit of pressure in his face, able to get that ball to the far sideline. Unfortunately for the Bison, a little bit short, and they're going to have to punt.
Garrett Wagner, the punter. Ross Kennelly, the snapper. Ross, by the way, had 142 wrestling victories in high school, but his snap is a good one. The punt is also a good one. Avante Cox will let this one hit the turf, and it is downed at the 29-yard line. We'll be right back. First time on the offense in the third quarter for the Salukis. When we come back, Egg Country Farm Credit Services scoreboard, SIU by 10.
At Farmers, we know how nice it is to save on your auto policy, but it's even nicer knowing that if this happens, or this, or even this, we've seen and covered it. So call 1-800-FARMERS and get a quote today.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got them shook like.
Hold up.
Work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. Bring it up until the soul get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like baby, I'm fabulous.
Limitless possibilities. The boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks.
These are the people who make Gentleman Jack. Cultured, refined. Just kidding. They're the same folks who make Old Number 7. They simply take the time to mellow it twice. Gentleman Jack, from the makers of Jack Daniels.
Ballin', but on a budget. The new $1 Your Way menu at Burger King will help you stack that bread and spend less bacon. So try a flame-grilled bacon cheeseburger, chicken junior, fries, or a drink for just $1 each. So save that bacon and get it on your burger instead, because getting more for your buck at BK just hits different. The new $1 Your Way menu, now at Burger King. Your way, way better.
This is star power from the jump.
This is the best of the how good is this kid?
I get those goosebumps every time. The most dominant force in the women's game. This is the GOAT, the best women's fighter of all time. Amanda Nunes, still queen of the jungle. I get those goosebumps every time.
Today's game is brought to you part by Shields. Life is stressful, and Shields is there to help you take care of your mind, body, and soul. Visit us in store and online at shields.com. Strong with the first play of the second half. Nick Baker, 7 of 10, really efficient, 70% obviously, 139 yards passing. He had the long one down to this guy, Cox. He tried to one-hand it, but Hayes was in good position, and Cox could only get one hand on the ball.
He took a shot there. I think that was Wagey coming off the edge. Talked about the empty formation earlier with NDSU. You see on the Nodak Insurance Company replay. You can see him on the turf in the background there. Almost able to complete it to Cox there. He's hit by Wagey.
There's what you're talking about, Wagey finishing it.
He's not a small man either.
You have to be careful, though, that you make sure you don't pile drive the quarterback into the turf as the defensive end wants to so badly, but hit him hard.
Used to be legal back in my day.
It did. Here's a third down play with a lot of running room for Strong, and Justin Strong picks up the first down. That is the 12th first down for the Salukis so far today.
And once again, we're seeing it again. A running play on third and medium, third and long. I don't know if it's, I haven't been able to see. I don't know if it's a personnel thing. Maybe the Bison are coming into, but clearly there's something that they like. Now you're going to see Devon Williams back at quarterback again.
So Williams is there with Strong off to his left. Williams did throw a pass early in this game, but that's the only time he has attempted it. This will be a running play from the big man, and the pile moves to the 45. That's about where it stops. Gain of 2, probably 2nd and 8 coming.
Jasir Cox making a nice play in the backfield. We said his name a lot last week. Thought he played a really good game last week. And, Coach David Braun talked about challenging him a little bit. He thought he played well, but he thought, there's little things, the intangible things that he thought Jasir can continue to grow at. And I just think he's gonna keep getting better and better in this NDSU defense.
For the first 2 games of the year, Cox is 3rd on the team in tackles, had 12 coming into this one. Now you can hear the Bison making the adjustments as Baker comes back in on a 2nd and 7 play. And a handoff again. Nothing happening, but Strong breaks out of it initially, still on his feet. Well, he earned those couple of yards he got there.
Yes, he did. And that's the effort we talked about earlier. Sometimes you're going to miss some tackles. You see on the Nodak Insurance Company replay, a couple Bison defenders, like Josh Hayes got in there first, unable to make the tackle. A couple other guys miss it, but that's why you have effort. You still see, I love to see it, four hats there around the ball.
So Derritt and company will go off. The Bison will make their substitutions. Bring Tucker in, and Wagey moves from defensive end into defensive tackle on this 3rd and 5 play. It'll be a pass. Baker to the wide side, incomplete. Tried to get Cox, but Hayes was right there. The best cover corner on NDSU's team, one of the better ones in the nation right there, number 7.
Nick Hill not happy about that non-call. Still giving it to the refs. You'll see on the Nodak Insurance Company replay. I thought it was a good no call. There's a little bit of hand fighting. I think receivers get away with it way more than the defense ever does. I thought it was a good no call and really good coverage by Josh Hayes.
Defenders are allowed space
Exactly.
out on the field.
They're allowed to hold their ground. Sometimes we forget it. They're allowed to use their hands a little bit too.
Cahoon to punt. Fair catch called for, and it's over the head, and it bounces into the end zone. So the Bison will have it on a 1st and 10 after the punt goes into the end zone. NDSU still down by 10 here in Carbondale, Illinois.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got
Limitless possibilities. The boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks.
I'll be right back. With moderate to severe Crohn's disease, I was there. Just not always where I needed to be.
She all right?
I hope so. So I talked to my doctor about Humira. I learned Humira is for people who still have symptoms of Crohn's disease after trying other medications. The majority of people on Humira saw significant symptom relief in as little as 4 weeks, and many achieved remission that can last.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
Your mom's been posting a lot since she got that phone at Cricket's mega sale.
Every day.
Here's a comment. We stan.
Oh,
Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Hit that like button.
More fun.
If you know somebody wanting to watch the game, share this with them.
Wendy's new jalapeno popper chicken sandwich and salad prove Wendy's goes all in on flavor. Unlike
we put a bun inside the sandwich. Bun, bun, bun.
Hurry into Wendy's and try the new jalapeno popper chicken duo today.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for him, a veteran who honorably served.
Consider hitting that subscribe button. I will be doing these games every week. Every Saturday, I will be doing these games.
Insurance quote today.
Teamwork, talent, dedication, leadership. At Gate City Bank, we're committed to making a difference every single day. Learn more at gatecity.bank/community. Gate City Bank, for a better way of life. Member FDIC.
The Bison get the ball in the flat with room to work for Christian Watson. And Watson, a dynamic runner after the catch, picks up the first.
Well, that's why you set up plays specifically for Christian. He actually started that play in the backfield, swing it out, and it's just one-on-one. And say, hey, here's one of our best guys. Let's see if you can bring him down. He's a dynamic athlete. Does a really good job of picking up the first down.
Pickup of 12 on the pass play. Nolan up under center. Jalen Sundell will snap this ball to get the play started. A play fake in the background. Nolan wants to go screen backside, but nobody there. In fact, I think Kobe Johnson was already ridden all the way out of bounds, so there was no eligible. He was in the area, but not eligible to catch it.
I don't know. Yeah, it almost didn't know who he was throwing the ball there to. I thought he had a wheel route. I think that was Gindorf. SIU bringing a lot of people in the box. You can tell there was an emphasis this week after what UND did to them last week. Hey, we're gonna do our best to stop the run here. I thought that this D line has really responded well.
I know T. Roll, the offensive coordinator, talked with Nolan about just not forcing stuff. Try to take what is there. Here's a handoff. Little duck under in a 2nd and 10 play, gain of a couple, but he did not want Nolan to try to force things if it wasn't there. Just take what the defense is giving you, and I think that's maybe why he hung with that little swing passer that longer than maybe he would have otherwise.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think as Zeb progresses, and look, I never played quarterback, but I know there's progressions, and I know sometimes you get locked into a guy, especially when that's your first option. That's where the play is all designed around. Sometimes you have to get to that 2nd or 3rd, and I think that's something that will come along for him.
3rd down and 8. Lippy motions to 3 receivers on the wide side. That's where Nolan's looking, flushed a bit. Goes to the Lippy. The Lippy came from across the formation, caught it, but he will be short of the first down.
Southern brings 4 there. See on the replay here, they're just going to bring 4. I get a ton of pressure, a little bit on Zeb, but everyone has zone eyes.
Hit that like button, please. Hit that like button.
Some of the DBs, they have zone eyes on Zeb. Unable to get through with his legs. They do a nice job of keeping him short and getting off the field.
Looks like Williams is back to receive punt formation. Garrett Wegner, the punter. Here's the 4th down boot. Fair caught and dropped and then covered. So your Ag Country Farm Credit Services scoreboard shows it 17-7. Salukis lead NDSU. SIU with the ball when we come back.
Yeah, hit that like button. Consider joining the channel. Consider hitting that subscribe button. I will be doing these games every week.
2021 Nissan Kicks.
At Farmers, we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two, like how nice it is to switch and save on your auto policy. But it's even nicer knowing that if this happens, or this happens, or this,
Jermaine, I will be doing any team that's playing that the subscribers to the channel that wants to watch on the Saturdays, whichever game they pick is the game we watch.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
New DQ rotisserie style chicken bites. I love you just the way you are. I never thought unbreaded chicken this good was possible. Your oven roasted 100% white meat chicken is 100% perfect to me. Finally, chicken that is tender, juicy, and flavorful all by itself. Or dipped in.
Okay, so for those of you guys that don't know, the FCS spring football season is on. Every Saturday, I will be doing live, during the week. I'll ask anybody that subscribed to the channel, which games you guys want to watch on Saturday. When everybody votes, then whatever game they pick, we watch it on Saturday together, just like we are right now. The subscribe button that's on the screen, that's to keep, the stream alive. That's to keep them away from the copyrights and stuff like that. So sorry about that, but it's necessary.
Really nice close. I think that was Dom Jones, wasn't it, making the tackle? Yes, it was.
And it takes 11 to stop the run. Sometimes that means the safety has to come up and make a play. She brought a little bit of a pressure there. Jasir coming in. Dom does a nice job of getting him down. Big drive here for this NDSU defense.
Baker to throw. There's a blitz in his face, and it's still caught by Lenore. It was a duck. It was hanging up there. Talbert didn't know the ball was in the air. And it was a completed pass. This is where there is no beauty points in football because this is not a beauty, but it does connect.
No, absolutely not. And this is the advantage of being able to run the ball a little bit. They get, one of their best players, Lenore, out one-on-one. Destin Talbot, a really talented player, unable to get his head around. Sometimes those back shoulder throws, you're not expecting him to go there. Those are really hard to defend against. Like you said, it wasn't a pretty pass, but it ended up in the right spot.
With credit to Baker, it had more spiral on it than at first thought in live action. There's Baker under pressure, but he does connect again. On target, it's Lenore. Back-to-back catches. Nice job by Nick Baker because a man was coming down on him hard.
When we're starting to see these wide receivers come alive here for Southern, you're going to see Lenore again working one-on-one. Looks like some type of zone coverage. And I think Baker got the corner there. Josh maybe to suck up a little bit. But these two didn't do a whole lot last week. They were trying to run the ball. They had some quarterback issues. Corey Lyles was in and out, and then he was out. I think you're seeing a confident Nick Baker right now compared to what we saw last week. I told you I thought he had a good arm. I thought he made some poor decisions last week. It looks like he's playing really confident.
There's Williams back in that quarterback spot. He's only thrown it once from this. He will not run it on this play, and he will not gain anything.
It's kind of hard as a defense to kind of get into a rhythm. You have a true quarterback in, then you bring a wild quarterback in. It's kind of hard to get into a rhythm. You're always on your heels a little bit, especially when they start moving the ball. I think every drive kind of has its own momentum. The game obviously has momentum, but I think every drive has its own.
It's a good look at Tucker and Hankey as they try to stop Baker in this Sluky offense. And it's a handoff to Strong, and he goes nowhere.
Well, they moved the ball a little bit so far, but NDSU has been stout against the run so far this drive. Now comes a question. We've been seeing it a lot, these third and longs. But I think at this point, keep those receivers going a little bit, don't you think, Lee?
Well,
They went to Cox early, and now the last two big passes were caught by Lenore. Should give a little shout out to Michael Buto, who was in there on that last tackle, but it is 3rd and 10 from the 39. Baker straight back, and he goes down. Logan McCormick around the right corner. Puts the quarterback down all the way back toward midfield, and the defense gets off the field on that sack.
I think, yeah, NDSU only brings 4. They do a little bit of stuff. This is just all Logan McCormick saying, hey, I'm going to get off the ball. You can tell offensive lineman there for Southern. He knows it. He just got straight beat. Just a nice speed rush, little chop rip. Nothing fancy to it. That's the advantage we talked about early on in this game, Lee, that I thought, I think a lot of teams are trying to neutralize. When you do have to drop back, that's the result of getting a team off schedule in 3rd and long, not being able to do what they want to do.
Snap is a good one. Punt is a short one. Henderson will let it hit at the 10, take a bit of a bison bounce, and NDSU will have it 1st and 10 from the 15. But first, this quick pause from Bank of North Dakota.
We encourage you to keep education expenses and student loan debt down. One way to do this is by earning college credit by taking dual credit or AP classes in high school.
Hit that like button. Hit that like button.
So Logan McCormick's sack for Matt Ence's team gets the offense back on the field. They did mark it at the 14 instead of the 15. The Bison starting deep in their own zone. Little handoff. Not a whole lot there for Kobe Johnson. Well, I'm still thinking of Logan McCormick. If you don't know, I want to throw out there, I think his high school has one of the best nicknames in the country. It's from Kimberly, the Papermakers.
Kimberly, Wisconsin, right?
Yep.
I believe that is also the alumni of Colton
Eagle. It is.
Yep.
There's Logan. I always liked it, the Papermakers.
That is a great nickname. Is it better than the Leathernecks, though?
I said high school nicknames.
I know.
Don't make me choose.
Fair enough.
Gain of 1, 2nd and 9. Here comes a corner blitz. Nolan gets it away, but nobody's there because that is what SIU is really kind of known for, a boundary corner shot at the quarterback, and that's what they had called.
Yeah, we talked a lot about that in the pregame. They do a nice job of getting pressure, and I think they haven't been getting as much with that 4-man rush as we see on the replay. They're just going to bring a corner blitz. You see Cody Mack try to get out late there. Sometimes that's the hardest blitz to see coming because it comes so wide. And
so far out of your field of vision.
Yeah, exactly. And you're never going to account for that guy. Sometimes that's where the running back has to come in and pick something up like that, especially maybe if you have a slide on or depending on the protection. That's a tough one to pick up, especially when you have a 5-step drop or a deeper pass called. You have to hold the ball a little bit longer.
Bison still looking for the first down of the second half, and we got 4 minutes left to go in the third quarter. NDSU will need 9 yards to pick up that first down. Need to get up to the 24. Out of the gun. Good time for Nolan. Looking at the cross, and he finds Christian Watson. There's that first down up to the 30, across the 30 to the 32, and the Bison offense stays on the field.
Really good throw here by Zeb. See him surveying the field a little bit. Looked like SIU was just kind of dropped back. You can see them kind of in a zone coverage, just reading his eyes. Christian Watson able to sneak in behind him. That's not a guy you want to lose track of very often.
Nolan hands it to Johnson. And the running game is more of a stall game. It has not gotten into a running situation. Very many positive yards today. Now this from Gate City Bank. Gate City Bank is proud to support NDSU athletics.
Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. I will be doing these games every week.
Visit gatecity.bank/champions to order yours. Gate City Bank, for a better way of life. Member FDIC. Watson comes in motion to make it a 3-receiver set on the near side, the wide side of the field. 3 on the snap to snap it. That one's tipped. It floats high, intended for Gindorf. No chance there for Noah as a tip sent it sailing.
just keep coming back to this SIU defensive line. They were making plays 7 yards down the field as we take a look at this last pass. Zeb just hit him right in the head.
That was Anthony Knighton, number 11. He has started every game he has been here in a Saluki uniform. This is game number 37 in a row. He's third all-time in sacks. Well, he didn't get pressure on the quarterback there, but he did disrupt the play to make it 3rd and 11. Handoff, Ganella. Dom Ganella trying to force his way across the 40. He stretches. Did he pick up the first down? It is so close. Yes.
Yep.
Dom Ganella with power from the freshman picking up the first down.
I believe this is the first time we've seen Dom. I liked what we saw from him last week. I think NDSU going to try and get going a little bit fast here. But a professional athlete in baseball making a nice play here on the gridiron.
Here's a handoff to Ganella again. He runs right into Bryce Notree. Tied for the league lead and team lead in tackles. Notree, number 54. He's a senior. He's been around a while.
And I started talking a little bit about it, Lee, but these guys were making tackles 7 yards downfield. It's a D-line. And it's not like they were chasing people down. They were just getting drove off the ball, especially in that second half. We have not seen that at all today.
Little quick. Oh, Watson tried to make a move, but he forgot to catch the ball. That was Caesar out there on his coverage. But Christian Watson with a flat drop. You'd call that a drop. You don't see that very often.
Just a little hitch route, soft coverage.
You see how his head turned?
Yep. Well, I think he knew, he obviously knew that, that James Caesar had eyes on him and he was going to have to make a move quickly. And sometimes you just forget about catching the ball first.
Well, don't stop me if you've heard this before because we've said it a lot today. It is 3rd and long once again for NDSU from their own 45. 4-man rush. Nolan has plenty of time. Fires over the middle, and it's caught. It is a first down to Josh Babbage.
Really good play call right there, and another confident throw from Zeb to kind of come down into a bunch, set closer to us. I think maybe just a little bit of confusion on that back end of the SIU, but Babbage sitting right in the soft part of that zone, wide open and able to move the sticks.
Josh from Barrington, Illinois. He was also an all-conference basketball and volleyball player in high school. So now the Bison offense churning out a few back-to-back first downs. Nolan on the play fake, looking deep. The ball's on the field. It came away, and it looks like the Salukis are on top of it. The quick change is pulled in by the defensive play, Jordan Brenner. Jordan Berner, excuse me, number 92.
Well, he has man open, but this is some of that pressure we talked about. I don't know if I think that's a corner.
It is a corner blitz.
Or a safety blitz there. Men open downfield, but Zeb just never sees him. We talked about the blind side in the opener, the pregame show. Miniok from
Clayton. It's Clayton Bush, I believe it is, number 0, who made that.
Oh yeah, Clayton Bush.
So Clayton Bush knocks it free, and Berner jumps on top of it. And the Salukis defense, right when NDSU's offense was starting to really look the most solid it has today, and there's the turnover.
That was the Achilles heel of SIU last week, was the turnovers, and NDSU unable to force one last week and still unable to force one this week.
And they'll start with Williams empty. Usually Garrett comes in to block, and that's what he does. He motions in from the tight end spot. Not much there. Hanky around the ankle of Williams. Under a minute to go, third quarter.
Well, this is going to be, I know they're all going to be important at this point, but especially given the momentum back to the Salukis, if they can keep them here at midfield, maybe even force just a field goal. They got to do something here to help out this offense.
Baker gives it to Elliott, spins to about the 47-yard line in Bison territory. And the Salukis do not have to snap it if they don't want to here to end the third. And I don't think Nick Hill is going to.
I wouldn't.
He's going to take as much time off the clock as possible with his team leading. So the Bison offense turns it over. We'll start the fourth quarter when we come back. Ag Country Farm Credit Services scoreboard through 3. You see it right there. Southern Illinois leading NDSU 17-7.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon.
Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. I will be doing these games every Saturday.
Entertainment on select unlimited plans like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. With a Galaxy S21 plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best. Only from Verizon.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got them shook like. Hold up. Work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. Bring it up into the floor, get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like baby, I'm fat.
Limitless possibilities. The boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks.
Namari! Let's finish this. Wait, I know what you're thinking, but this story is different.
On March 5th,
Our lands have been at war. Ready the royal army for my daughter's command. I won't let you down.
Something tells me you're not besties. My girl Ryan and I are gonna fix the world. I want to help.
I'm a warrior. Go, go. All right.
Raya and the Last Dragon. Rated PG in theaters or ordered on Disney Plus with Premier Access. March 5th.
You've got big plans for your small business. And Constant Contact has everything you need to connect with customers, find new ones, and sell more of your awesome stuff online. With email marketing, online stores, and more to help you do more business anytime, anywhere. So you can keep powering on without slowing down. Up top, power on with Constant Contact. Try it free today.
Hey there, I'm Jake, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A's new Grilled Spicy Deluxe is that grilled chicken that we all know and love with the grilled marks. It's super juicy. The heat, the cheese, the multi-grain brioche bun, the flavor is just out of this world.
Hey, I'm Amber, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. This is not your traditional spicy chicken sandwich. You get the grilled flavor, seasoning, spices, married all together to this perfect sandwich. It's literally like fireworks in your mouth.
As Florida opens for business and we get back to work, more and more cars will be driving on the road. Be careful out there. If there's an accident, we'll be here to help. Call Lytle Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath for a free consultation.
The new My WW Plus gives you more of what you need to help you lose weight. More simplicity with the What's in Your Fridge recipe feature. And more motivation with on-demand workout classes.
The new My WW Plus. Don't pay till May. Get your first 3 months free.
Today's game is brought to you in part by Shields. Get back into the swing of things at Shields. They've got the top golf brands and custom club fitting to take your game to the next level. In-store and online at shields.com. We start the fourth with a 3rd and 6 for the Salukis following the turnover. Baker looks, takes a shot deep to Cox, and it's there, up to about the 20.
Well, good call, Lee. We talked about it in the break. If you're Southern right there, why not take a shot? As we see on the Nodak Insurance Company replay, these wide receivers having a really good game. Just get him matched up on a linebacker before Dom Jones is able to come over the top with the safety help. That's a really good ball by Nick Baker. Hold the safety's eyes. Sneak it in there before he's able to get over there.
And is there a penalty somewhere because the ball is going closer? I missed the flag. Let's see if we can pick it up. Oh, the roughing the passer was the call. So you tack on the roughing the passer. Look at this. Oh yeah, Pierce. So that takes the ball all the way down to the 11.
Told you those quarterbacks would get the call.
Well, Williams is there at quarterback now. He's 245 pounds. He can handle it. And Nick Hill will take the timeout did not get the look he liked as the play clock was running down to 1. And Southern, obviously, after this quick change, doesn't want to squander this opportunity. We'll be right back. 17-7, SIU leading. Okay. I take that back. We'll stay right here. We're still early in the fourth quarter. Very early.
This feels like a very, very big moment in this ball game. I just think the way, NDSU struggled a little bit offensively. If you can keep it right here at 10, if you're the NDSU defense, obviously that still gives you a good chance of this ball game. You get down 17, that becomes that's a big mountain to climb in this fourth quarter.
SIU from the 11, so it is a 1st and 10, not a 1st and goal. Baker hands off to Elliott. He gets it down to the 6. Now this quick message from Bank of North Dakota.
We encourage you to keep education expenses and student loan debt down. One way to do this is by earning college credit by taking dual credit or AP classes in high school.
There you see the ball on the 7-yard line. 2nd down and 6. Early in the fourth, but you can tell SIU is trying to milk as much time off this clock as possible, working with a 10-point lead. That's Cox in motion. There's a throw on the slant, and that is a touchdown to Lenore. And the Salukis get 6 more points on the board here early in the fourth, and they make the Bison pay for turning it over.
Well, you're exactly right, Lee. That's what you have to do with turnovers. You got to turn turnovers into points. They get to good field position. See the touchdown here. Just got to line up. That's just an easy pitch and catch. That's a tough play with nothing underneath. And those linebackers, they have to respect the run. They've been running the ball decent. You have to respect that, and that's when you get them fight up. Now you're just one-on-one.
And the extra point is through to make it 24-7. The home team on NDSU's first road game is leading the Bison.
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got them shook like. Hold up. Work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. Bring it up until the floor get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like baby, I'm fat.
Limitless possible.
Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. I will be doing these games every Saturday. Hit that like button.
Data and advanced security, you'll have complete peace of mind online and will ensure that you get the most Wi-Fi coverage. Learn more about XFi Complete today.
Wendy's new jalapeno popper chicken sandwich and salad prove Wendy's goes all in on flavor. Unlike...
We put a bun inside the sandwich. Bun, bun, bun.
Hurry into Wendy's and try the new jalapeno popper chicken duo today.
You've got big plans for your small business. And Constant Contact has everything you need to connect with customers, find new ones, and sell more of your awesome stuff online. With email marketing, online stores, and more to help you do more business anytime, anywhere. So you can keep powering on without slowing down. Up top, power on with Constant Contact. Try it free today.
I have a question for you. What are you doing today to reach your weight loss and wellness goals?
We can't do this wellness journey alone, right?
Find that right coach, the one that speaks to you, and you'll hear that thing that you needed to hear.
We've all got your back.
Team Lisa, this week alone, has lost 4,000 pounds.
We're all here to help you succeed.
Kickstart your weight loss with the new Digital 360 membership from WW. Weight Watchers Reimagined. Don't pay till May. Get your first 3 months free. Ends February.
Well, Matt Ance's team down by the score you see right there. There's 13:41 to play in this game. That is Rajah Nelson. He is back deep along with Braylon Henderson to receive this kick. Nelson, a freshman from Lakeville, Minnesota, went to North High School. Mr. Football finalist in Minnesota.
They could use something big here. Get a little bit of momentum for that offense. They're not even giving him a shot.
Nope. There's a cover up at the 19-yard line. Let's take a look at that last touchdown.
Yeah, let's go back and look at this. I think you're gonna see all these linemen right here. They're all just gonna go down, down, down. And for these linebackers and these back guys now, they have to start moving these gaps, and you have to respect that run. And then when we roll it, now you're gonna see all of them come down, respect the run. Now you just get the ISO up top, which is exactly what Southern wants. That's a tough play on Jaden Price.
So the Bison take over 75 yards away from the end zone. And Zeb Nolan will hand it off to Kobe Johnson around the right end. There is some space out there across the 30. Here's your numbers for Zeb Nolan through 3, brought to you by the North Dakota Beef Commission, funded by beef farmers and ranchers.
I think some Bison fans want to see the offense open up a little bit more from last week. And I think they're going to get their wish right here. The Bison down 17 late.
And there's a pick, underthrown, interception. It is Roderick Campbell thrown right to him. The senior corner with the interception. Back-to-back possessions from NDSU, back-to-back turnovers.
I think he just stared him down a little bit too long. I don't know if there's anything special going on with the coverage. I think that Roderick just
Campbell. Yep.
Yeah, I think Roderick Campbell just had good eyes. You can see the frustration from Zeb. Hey, that's on me. We'll get another chance.
Now the Salukis offense now with another chance. And it's the shortest field. Shortest field of the day here for the Saluki offense. The 35, excuse me. And another penalty. The referee's microphone has not been sharp today. We didn't pick it up, but this is going to go all the way down to the 13.
I didn't catch that either. I'm not sure what happened there.
Well, Campbell's interception and subsequent penalty. Coming off a touchdown drive following a turnover. Well, goes without saying, it's a tough spot for the NDSU. And they'll throw out into the flat. It's caught by Cox looking for a block. He gains of about 4. We are told that it was an unsportsmanlike penalty on NDSU following the change of possession. So that's why the ball ended up down at the 13. Now it's at the 10.
These are the weapons that SIU has, and this is the reason why they were preseason ranked number 24 for the first time in a long time. They have some weapons on this offense. I think it's more so just getting them the ball sometimes. That's why, obviously, we see Javon Williams line up a lot in the Wildcat, but now you're starting to see Lenore and Cox get involved even more in this game. I think those two are really special. They've proved that today. They've shown it.
Well, they switched out the football. That's why the play was stopped there. So now here is Baker. Nothing there first. Now he's swinging out to Cox. He's one-on-one, makes a spin move on Hayes. Close to first down yardage. Down to about the 3, and I think he picked up the first.
And he took a shot at the end of that play.
Oh, Avante Cox holding his right knee. He's the transfer from Wyoming, who has had some big plays today, especially that long pitch and catch in the first half. Here's the tail end of it. Nodak Insurance Company replay.
I think it's Kaiser there coming in. I don't know if that was the hit or if it was Josh Hayes holding them up at the bottom or what, but hope that young man's okay.
The Salukis do indeed pick up the first down, so they have 4 downs to try to get 3 yards to try to build more on the scoreboard advantage that SIU has right now. They'll throw for it in the corner, incomplete. Tried to get Lenore one-on-one with Hayes.
Saluki sideline asking for a flag again.
Not a big crowd, but at this point, a loud crowd.
yes, they are. I don't think they're accustomed to seeing this very often. Number 1 team down 17. See, hard to tell from there, but
we will say a capacity crowd, given the COVID numbers that are allowed in the state of Illinois right now. Season ticket holders and students. 2nd and goal. Williams is in there at the quarterback spot, wildcat spot, whatever you want to call it. He's going to run it. He has some room back to the outside after the spin, and the big man tries to dive in, and he does. Turnover, touchdown. Turnover, touchdown. That's the way it's gone for each team the last 2 times that they have had the ball.
it just kind of seems like one of those days for DSU as we look at the Nodak Insurance Company replay. I mean, this is why he's so talented. This is why he's special. There was nothing in the middle. He comes out with a little bit of a spin move. And I think he just kind of got lost in the pile, and no one really saw him break out to the edge there.
Well, Doney adds the extra point. He got the scoring started for SIU with a field goal in this game, but since then it's been touchdowns, and it's up to 31. So it's 31-7. NDSU trailing with 11:42 to play on your Ag Country Farm Credit Services scoreboard. We'll be right back.
Research shows that people remember commercials with exciting stunts. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, here's something you shouldn't try at home.
Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. I will be doing these games every Saturday. On Monday, I will put a poll in the community for you guys to vote on which game we watch. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel.
The thing I love about Chick-fil-A's new grilled spicy.
The sandwich look nothing like that when you order it, by the way.
The cheese, the multi-grain brioche bun, the flavor is just out of this world.
Hey, I'm Amber, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. This is not your traditional spicy chicken sandwich. You get the grilled flavor, seasoning, spices, married all together to this perfect sandwich. It's literally like fireworks in your mouth.
Wow, that's a low price.
Oh, wow, that's a low price.
What? Ooh.
That's tough.
That's a low price.
Dan, you're off mute, buddy. No, low price.
Douglas.
Low price.
That's a low price. I'm kind of curious.
With everyday low prices at Amazon, anytime is a good time to save.
Mr. Buble, not again.
Just fixing a little typo, Gladys. Oh, what's this? Buble bounce?
Yeah, a little caffeine, no calories. It's great.
Kick of caffeine. Just what I needed to fix all these. Would you pronounce it bounce or bounce? Yeah, Buble bounce.
That's not how it's pronounced.
No calories, no sweeteners. Just a kick of caffeine.
Well, your Bobcat scoring recap is going to be as short as that drive. Just 13 yards, 4 plays. Williams gets the score.
And I know I keep talking about it, Lee, but I just can't get over the night and day difference of this Southern Illinois team from last week, and really for NDSU as well. We talked about it in the pregame. You know, what are we going to learn about both these teams from week 1 to week 2? You know, NDSU was really clean last week. They played a really good game. The coordinators told us about it. Southern, obviously, the complete opposite. It's been a different story today.
Here's Rajon Nelson taking a pretty good pop at about the 30. And actually, I think the two Salukis may have hit each other harder than they hit the ball carrier. But nonetheless, You probably heard the pads pop, and that gets the sideline fired up. Kickoff team. Didn't you love that, huh? You did it for quite a while.
I did it pretty much my whole career. I actually did it. I finally got off of it my senior year at NDSU, and then in the national championship game, I can't remember what it was, but I found myself back on the kickoff team. And then obviously in the NFL, I just couldn't escape it.
Well, Zeb Nolan will try, if he can, to wipe the image of his last pass out of his brain as he comes back on a 1st and 10 from his own 30. Little swing pass, and it's a good one to Kobe Johnson. Has room to run afterwards, and he gets all the way up to about the 46-yard line. Nice job after the catch by Johnson, and a patient throw, too.
Yeah, really good job by Kobe. I believe this is just a little bit of an angle route. Yep, you see 31 over commits. I talked about it last week. That's one of the hardest routes to cover, man-to-man. When a running back comes out, you got to cover the flat. Nice job by Kobe to be able to come open for Zeb and move the ball a little bit.
31 is Bryson Strong. It's his brother, number 5, who plays on the offense. Good time for Nolan going deep, but overshooting everyone. Lippy was the intended receiver, but that ball sailed just a little bit. James Caesar in coverage.
I think we're gonna see a little bit more of that coming down the stretch here. And you're gonna have to take some shots. Gonna have to take some chances. Try and get something going here against the Southern Illinois defense that's been not very kind to them today.
But talk about like Tyler Roll's job as the play caller. What a tough day, because a lot of the stuff that he's been trying so far has not really worked. So he throws it out in the flat to Bussey, who's dropped right there. That's No Tree making the tackle.
Yeah.
But as a play caller, what do you go to when what you've done hasn't really worked?
Well, and that's the hard part about it, Lee, because you obviously make in-game adjustments. We see Zeb with the completion of the Jalen. You make in-game adjustments. You have things you like going into the game, and when those stop working, your players lose a little bit of confidence. Now you just searching for something to hang your hat on that you can use going forward.
SIU rushing 4 again. Nolan has time, and he airmails it over Lippy. No chance on the connection.
I think
Pass was high all the way.
I think that was due to the rush there. Zeb unable to set his feet. I think that was 58 Chucky Sullivan getting in there at the end. Last time initially. Oh, yeah, that's actually my mistake. I just looked back and saw Zeb on the ground. He had time there. Just unable to connect.
Wagner in punt formation. Williams back to receive it. This one comes off his foot very nicely, but in the end zone. So it'll be a 1st and 10 from the 20 for SIU when we come back. But the Salukis have been owning this game, especially the second half, leading it now 31-7.
Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. I will be doing these games every Saturday. Do you guys think that North Dakota State can come back and win this game?
This happens, or this happens, or this, or even this. We've seen and covered it. So call 1-800-FARMERS to switch your auto policy, and you could save an average of $470. Get a quote today.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Excuse me. What year is it, please?
It's a 79 AD. Run for your life.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Oh, I just remembered. Pompeii was destroyed in 79 AD, by the way.
What was the volcano called?
Volcano. Alexa, what volcano destroyed Pompeii?
Mount Vesuvius.
Mount Vesuvius. For real.
We go to Chick-fil-A all the time. We love the twins.
That's Ashton and that's Ashley.
Yes, there it is. It was Bryson's 11th birthday. He was gifted with $150.
I thought with that money, I could feed the homeless Chick-fil-A.
If Ashley and Ashton wasn't so kind when we come, then it would have never triggered Bryson to want to do this.
Chick-fil-A inspires me to treat others nicely.
We feel like they're part of our family. No. All right, you can open your eyes.
A trophy big enough to match your generosity.
Why should you call Lytle Ryder Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath if you or a loved one are injured? Experience. Our law team has logged thousands of hours in Florida courtrooms fighting to maximize our clients' recoveries. Call or visit us at foryourrights.com.
David Braun is the Bison defensive coordinator. He's in the middle of that group talking to his team. With still over 10 minutes to go, but the Bison defense will need to get something turned over, you would have to think. And I think we'll see quite a bit of that from Southern Illinois. Just a simple handoff up the middle to Elliott, who picks up a...
Doing the people!
Yeah, Lee, I guarantee you.
He needs some
They're
milk!
preaching right now. Hey, we need the ball, though. It's not good enough to just get a 3 and out right here. Let's try and get a turnover. Let's take the ball. Let's go score for ourselves. Just trying to muster up some type of energy, some type of momentum for this defense to try and get something going.
Hand off to Elliott. He'll try the left side. He does gain the edge up to about the 26. I thought Lenore threw a pretty good block out there.
He did. I don't know if it was a hold or not.
Until the flag hits, it's a block.
You know me, Lee. I think everything's a hold. But that's, you talk about the edge of a defense, there was none there for NDSU. And Elliott able to get to it, get some nice yardage, set up a short third down.
Third down. Salukis need the 30. And Elliott will try again, and he was able to get enough to pick up the first down. As they move the chains, let's take this quick break and hear this from Gate City Bank.
At Gate City Bank, we're committed to making a difference every single day for our customers, our communities, and our team members. This is our team, and this is our field. Gate City Bank, for a better way of life, member FDIC.
Well, the Bison won't be back until Gate City Bank Field for another couple of weeks. It's at Springfield. Look at that SIU offense. 368 yards on 62 plays with 8 minutes to go. Hill swings it out, near side. Nice block on the edge. This is Isaiah Hartup. And the freshman from O'Fallon, Missouri, another first down.
Well, they're just doing a good job of getting out to their playmakers. You know, it's kind of an extension of your run game right here. Like, hey, maybe something's not working up the middle. Let's just get a quick out, get it to our playmakers, and see if we can make someone miss. And I don't notice Luke Wirtz is in there. I don't know if something happened to Jackson Henke or not, but he's no longer in the ball game as far as I can see.
Or it's a situation of just taking some snaps off of Henke, knowing we have the spring season and you have the fall coming up. That was Luke Wirtz right there, number 47. Luke is a sophomore from the state of Illinois, playing in his 15th game here for the Bison. But it is a first down run for SIU. Lost one.
We at 96 likes. Let's get this to 100. Let's get to 100 likes. We got 96 likes. Got 124 people. Let's get this to 100 likes.
We like to bring them in and do different things, but Lane's going to be a guy that's going to be hard to take off the field, and I think he's earned that right to stay in first, second, third down regardless, and we saw it last week. I thought he played really well last week as well.
Lane is from Gillette, Wyoming. He's a junior, the Wyoming Defensive Player of the Year his senior year, a 3-time All-State offensive lineman, a 2-time All-State defensive lineman. And this is a fake. It tipped, but I still caught. Well, when it's your day, it's your day. Because I don't think that pass was clean all the way to the receiver. You pick up the catch and you pick up a first down.
Yeah, and this is what we've been seeing kind of over and over. They run the ball a little bit. Now you see in the Nodak Insurance Company replay, we're going to do another fake. See how it affects Tutsi right there? And Kaiser still able to get a hand on it. You just keep talking about it. They suck up that underneath coverage, and now you get one-on-one with some of these big bodies.
At Combs, 6'3", redshirt freshman from Evansville. Evansville's where Southern Indiana University is. And now another pass and a catch by Lenore up to the 40, maybe not all the way to the 40. I tell you, the biggest thing right here, though, for SIU, those seconds are ticking off the clock.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, Lee. They're already into 4-minute mode at this point in the game where you're just trying to burn as much clock as possible. And we saw NDSU get into that last week, but it doesn't always just have to look like you're just going to run the ball all day. You run the ball a little bit, you mix in a couple passes, and the main thing is you stay on the field, like you said. They are burning some clock. They don't necessarily even care about points at this point.
Nope.
They're just trying to get as many seconds off as they can.
Yeah, Nick Baker's offense has scored 31, and here's Strong. I mentioned number 31, Strong in the defense. Well, this is his brother who makes that carry.
He's had a good day, too.
I think he's a good-looking player. 6 foot, 215 sophomore. I mentioned he started his career as a defensive player, moved from safety to running back. And he also returns kicks and some of that stuff.
Him along with these receivers, Javon Williams, they've done some good stuff.
Well, when you're milking the clock, you don't snap it till it's under 5, and that's exactly what Baker and company does here. Throws a little pass into the flat. Hard-up, gets past one player and picks up another, or one defender, I should say, and picks up another first down.
That was one that you probably have in the high school playbook, too. Just nothing fancy about it, just a simple rub route. You're going to see right here. You go up, catch him man-to-man. Bring one receiver up, run one to the flat, run a little sprint out with the quarterback.
Isolate the linebacker.
And just continue to move those sticks. Just because it might be a high school, it doesn't make it easier to defend necessarily. I'm not saying that, but.
Here's a handoff to Elliott. Hayes is in on the tackle, but the pile moves up to about the 20. Let's check this out from Gate City Bank.
Teamwork,
Hit that like button, people. I will be doing these games live every Saturday. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Monday, I will put out a poll for you guys to vote on which game I go live for.
Better way of life. Member FDIC.
Well, you can see the scoreboard in the upper left or in the bottom of your screen. Take your pick. It says 3:25 and counting left in this football game. It's NDSU's first road game of the year. And this is going to end a 39-game winning streak as the Salukis have 31 points to this point. Might be more. Elliott to the corner. He makes a dive for the pylon. 6 more. That's Elliott with a touchdown run for SIU.
Well, like we said, Lee, just one of those days. I think it's just a little bit of a case yet. I think you see some young guys in here friendly too, not to make any.
Look at the left hand of Elliott. It's all bandaged up. In fact, he had a bigger cast last week. He was not cleared until the day before the UND game. And here he comes out today, has a little smaller cast on there. And he scores a couple of touchdowns.
And I kind of thought maybe he was the reason they had 5 turnovers. Initially, you turn on that game, you think, well, he can only carry the ball in one hand. That kind of affects it. You always want to keep it in your outside hand. He did a nice job of hanging on the ball in that game. And we're seeing what he can do here today against the Bison.
Now, the replay booth is going to see if Elliott did get the pylon. And as we mentioned earlier in this contest, all scoring plays are reviewed. Some just are a little more simple than others.
Well, Lee, when you look at the stats, trying to pick out which one is the most eye-opening. And I think just right off the bat, I'm looking at 34 rushing
yards on what,
for
18
NDSU.
attempts?
On 18 attempts compared to last week's 240, I believe it was.
Well, look at the rush. Tell me how many the Salukis have at this point, and I'll remind everyone how many they had last week.
Well, they have 160 currently.
That's 150. That's 99 more than they had last week. They only had 61 yards rushing last week.
It feels like more almost to me. I mean, I know actually, but I think we talked early in this game about how they're a running team. I think the touchdown was confirmed.
Yeah.
We talked about how they were a running team, and they really, I think, mostly beat NDSU through the air. You know, Javon Williams broke free for a couple there in the Wildcat, but for the most part, I think these receivers, Lenore and Cox, have really been the difference.
It is a 31-point advantage for Southern Illinois. Well, off the top of this, what do we say that Nick Hill, as we take a look at their Bobcat scoring recap, and a nice 11 play, it's an 80-yard drive. The biggest thing there, though, 7 minutes and 18 seconds as Elliott takes it the final 20. But the scoring recap obviously has been in favor of SIU. But off the top, last week, Nick Hill, the head coach, was very blunt about it. He said, we got our butts whooped last week in Grand Forks. The message obviously was taken care of, or however you want to put that.
Yeah, I think these guys took it to heart. I think, and I don't know if these words were thrown out or not, but we talked a little bit about it. It looked like they quit a little bit.
Yep.
And trust me, as a football player, that is the last thing you ever want to hear. And I think if they kind of drilled that into the heads of their players this week, I would take that personally. And I think they did. I think they looked at the film. They didn't like what they saw, more so than just execution. Sometimes I hate being coached on effort. I don't think that should be something you ever need to be coached on. And when that's something that's brought up, I think these guys took it personally, and they turned it around in a big way here today.
This one is heading toward Nelson. Raja with a fair catch. The Bison offense will only have 3 minutes, 30 seconds. But, oh, that scoreboard hole they're in now is a nasty one.
Yep, not a lot you can do at this point. I don't know. We're going to see Cam Miller maybe, see what he can do behind center. At this point, nope, he's going to come back. And I actually like that call. I think, look, we all know it hasn't been the best game for anyone. But kind of like I talked about going into halftime, sometimes you just want to get something good, get a good taste in your mouth leaving this game, even though obviously the scoreboard's not going to end up in your favor.
Had the only touchdown in the last play of the half on a Hail Mary for NDSU. Good surge up to about the 32-yard line for the Bison here. But first down success has been something that has really not been a part of this game today for NDSU.
It really hasn't. When we talked to Tyler Roll, we talked about offensive success and, what that means. It's not always points on the scoreboard. He talked a lot about the word efficient, came out of his mouth a lot. Being efficient, getting on schedule.
Bussey's got a chance to break a big one here. Jalen Bussey cuts back on the angle all the way down to the 5.
Well, that's pretty efficient. Could use a little bit more of that early.
Yeah, makes the rushing numbers look a little bit better, but it also gives you a glimpse of what the raw talent that Jalen Bussey can bring to the table.
Yeah, it just seems like he gets one of these every single week. When we first saw him last year against Western Illinois, he showed us what he can do. And we haven't talked much about Seth Wilson and his injury, but Bison fans are well aware of what happened to him last week. So Jalen's going to be thrust into a bigger role. And it's just a little gap scheme. You're to pull offensive lineman around, kick him out. You're able to get to the edge, and it's off to the races.
Well, not only did you pull an offensive lineman, you pulled your center. So look at that.
Yeah, you're right.
That was Jalen Sundell, number 72. Very few people on the planet are able to snap the ball and get out and lead that. That is something that the Bison are going to build on. Look at, he rode his guy all the way into the NDSU bench.
Yep, that was something I think Coach Entz talked about it. I think Coach Roll talked about it a little bit, but just you see Sundell right there, 72, pulling around. And you're right, Lee. You don't pull centers very often unless they're athletic enough, let alone a guy who hasn't played the position before this year. I think he's really impressed these coaches so far, and
It was
able to show it out here.
Mikel Calhoun, number 8, the field linebacker, who is being helped up right now. He's a junior, 3rd on the team in tackles. He was trying to make the tackle on Bussey, and another guy from his own team kind of
friendly fire.
Yep.
You'd be surprised, Lee, how many times injuries occur. Well, actually, you wouldn't be, but some people might be surprised at how many times injuries occur from your own guys. I've seen it far too many times. Unfortunately, it's a part of this game.
The previous play, a name who was in on it, I just want to bring up Keenan Agnew, number 56 for SIU. If that last name sounds familiar with this program, it should, because his brother is Malcolm, who played here, and he's coaching at UND, and his brother Ray had a run in the NFL with Cleveland, and his dad, Ray Jr., works for the LA Rams.
Pretty good bloodline right there.
The Bison trying to pick up a touchdown here, and they'll quarterback run it. Zeb Nolan gets the 6 with 2:16 to go. So Bussey's long run down to the 5 sets up an NDSU touchdown.
Saw Logan Hofstad. I think, I don't know if that's going to be something more we see in the future. Logan Hofstad listed as a fullback. It's a lead blocker here. Some of those running backs going down. I think you might see a little bit more as to those fullbacks, but it's good to see, just good to see Zeb get in the end zone, I think, right there.
I know one thing T. Roll was talking about with Hofstad is he wants him to be a little bit more firm on first contact, and there he was doing that and making the tackle. So the PAT is through. NDSU has 14 points.
And it's a position group, Lee, the fullbacks, tight ends that are coached by the offensive coordinator. I think they're always going to be asked to do a lot, and I think they should. I think it's a talented group. I think Tyler Roll expects a lot out of them, both when it comes to blocking, producing offensively, yards, touchdowns, everything. They're going to be asked to do a lot, and hopefully they can get involved a little bit more.
There hasn't been a lot of tight end targets, I don't think, so far in the first couple of games.
And part of that's due to, especially today here when we talked about being efficient, they just couldn't get on schedule. They couldn't get much going running the ball. I think they were, like we talked about, a little bit of inexperience in the secondary. Thought there were some chances to get them the ball a little bit more, and I think moving forward, they'll have to be a part of it.
I'm just looking at, you can tell what's spinning through the head of Michael Tutsi right here. One of the better defensive players for NDSU. He's a starting safety. His dad's a coach. He grew up around football. He's from Indianapolis. He's a preseason All-American, has 9 career interceptions, and he plays on a defense that is simply not used to having what happened today.
And I can almost just see exactly what he's thinking right there. It's just, I bet you he's just going over a play or 2 or 3, 4, 5 maybe in this game, but you just look back on everything and you just wish you could have done things differently. And sometimes you've had 39 in a row go your way, and sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Branson Combs is the guy who covered that up. You can see Nolan on the offensive side and Tutsi continue their conversation.
You can start talking at this point too, just moving forward.
So all right, I'm just going to, before you go to that point, what do you think when you see 53? Because if people don't know, that was Kyle's number when he was an All-American and Buck Buchanan Award winner here.
It's a little bit weird. It is, because you watch film for so long, you see 53 out there, but we got the Eli Mostert. Yep. I wish him the best. It's still good to see it out there. Still living on.
All right, sorry I interrupted you.
Oh, you're
Continue
good.
on with your point, sir.
Well, I was just talking about moving on, and I think when you've had such success at NDSU and you're just so used to winning, you're used to winning national championships. You won 39 in a row. Sometimes you can be a little hard on yourself, and I get it. Trust me, I was hard on myself as a player, and I know these coaches, everyone's going to be hard on themselves, and they're going to wish they did things differently, but sometimes you just have to let it go, and you don't let the same team beat you twice. There's Pierre again. PGT, as he was known as.
Brought his 4 national championship rings, and at halftime, when Beth and Devin were talking back at the studio, SIU fans were coming over asking to get pictures taken of the 4 championship rings. It'll be 3rd down and 1.
Good to see him here. He was here last year, or I guess you say 2019. I remember he was on the broadcast and living in St. Louis now, and I think he said he was coaching high school football, doing some financial work, and good to see PGT. There's the rings.
Here's a shot from halftime. Here's what we were talking about at halftime. Yeah. Here's that picture we were talking about.
They probably don't have. I don't think they've seen 4 rings before.
And Strong trying to pick up the 1st down. I think he did. So there should only be, there should be no more snaps if this is a 1st down. Well, it's going to be a 38-14 victory for the Salukis. Notary and his defense did a number on NDSU's rushing attack.
That they did, and you got to give Nick Hill credit. We've said it enough, but just to be able to bounce back from the kind of week they had last week and to go. Not only do you have to bounce back, you have to play the number 1 team in the country, 39-game winning streak, team you haven't beat since 2009.
Shaking my head.
Good job compared today.
So the Salukis add win number 2, their first of the spring. SIU beats SEMO, which is Southeast Missouri State, if you don't know what SEMO stands for. That was back in the fall, their lone game in the fall, and then after last week's humbling loss.
All right, let's see what else games we got going on. Switch it over to one of those.
Scoring 38 points and getting 14 points off of turnovers, and really at that stage of the second half, eliminating any chance that NDSU had really to win the game.
Yeah, you said it. Turnovers bit them a little bit last week. That was really I don't want to say the only difference in this game, but that was what put this game away for sure. When NDSU still had a chance, a couple turnovers changed that really quick.
Most football programs have what's called the 24-hour rule.
Oh, yeah.
When the game's over, you got 24 hours to celebrate a victory or get rid of a defeat.
Yep.
And I tell you, the next 24 hours for that team in in Maroon is going to be quite the celebration, I think.
Yeah, and just like we talked about NDSU being able to get over this loss, SIU, you got to celebrate it. Always celebrate the wins. I mean, you can never take winning for granted. We talked about that a lot when I was a player at NDSU. We were winning a lot, but you don't take it for granted, because as we see today, it can be taken away very quickly. So it's just as important for this Saluki team to celebrate this, appreciate it. But this is still just the second game of the season. Well, third game of the season, yep. And they gotta.
All right, guys. So we got a couple choices here. We got a few games going on right now. This game's in the 4th quarter. That's a blowout. 3rd quarter, we got Western Carolina, Samford. That one might be out of reach. Who knows? Guys, let me know in the chat. Basically, all the ones that you see that says ESPN Plus right there, we could watch those or whatever. So let me know in the chat, which ones y'all want to watch. This one looks like it might be a close game. South Dakota, Illinois State. Yeah, let me know in the chat which one. Let me see what y'all thinking. Okay, so we got a South Dakota. All right, South Dakota it is.
Second down now, Jefferson. Heaving it downfield again. A deep ball that is incomplete. He was looking in the direction of Taylor Grimes. Double coverage for South Dakota.
If you're Taylor Grimes, I think you need to do a little bit of a better job of helping your quarterback here on this deep ball. I think you got to go after it. See how he kind of waits back, Kurt, and he kind of waits for that ball to fall into his lap there, kind of make that underhand catch. If you're the wide receiver there, you got to kind of stick your foot in the ground and try and leap up and try and high point that ball at its highest position. If he does that, he might have had an opportunity to win that one-on-one battle with the secondary.
Redbirds are 5 of 12 on third down this afternoon, and a huge third down here. 3rd and 10 from Illinois State's 48, and the Redbirds want to talk this one over. They use a timeout.
This is going to be a key play, so Illinois State's going to take as much time as they possibly can to make sure they get into the right play call here. A critical third down, the most critical so far in this game for Illinois State in this young season.
Yeah, especially when you think that there's only 6:52 to go here. If Illinois State has to kick this one away, you know, how much time is going to be left the next time you have the ball in your possession? Yeah, there's so many moving parts here now in the fourth quarter. This becomes a really big third down play for both teams.
Sure, the Illinois State defense has played a lot better over the last half of a quarter, so I think that if you're Illinois State's offense, you have to have some confidence that the defense will get you the ball back. But you're exactly right, Kurt. They need a conversion right here. It would do wonders to them cutting into this 7-point deficit.
Third and 10 from near midfield. Jefferson being pressured. He flips it out, intended for Philique Brown, and it was tipped. And is it intercepted again? It appears it is a tipped interception. Miles Harden, his second pick of the game, and that is that's turnover number 6 against that Redbird offense.
Just another poor decision here. You have to throw this ball away if you are Bryce Jefferson. Don't try and make something out of absolutely nothing. The officials will review this to make sure that that ball did not hit the ground, but Illinois State has got to make better decisions on the offensive side of the ball if they want to win this game late.
Miles Harden, who's a freshman from Miami Gardens, Florida, is certainly going to be taking a game ball back to South Dakota with him. This has been quite a performance for him. So now it's a change of possession and a first down for the Coyotes, who are intent likely on trying to end this game on the ground. Travis Tice gets the carry.
Illinois State's run defense has been really good in this game. It's going to have to be great in these next few plays if they want to give their offense any chance at making this comeback.
Gain of 2, 2nd and 8. Camp's going to use just about every second on that play clock that he can. They'll give it to Tice again. He's dragged down from behind by Ridgeway. He gets to about the 45. It'll bring up 3rd and 4.
South Dakota's 5 of 15 so far on third down today. And really what has kept them alive on third down when they've gotten their conversions, it's been Carson Camp extending plays, finding wide receivers after the play breaks down downfield. Can he do that right now? He's still hobbling off of that quad injury. Can he extend a play here? We'll see.
Screen pass to Tice. And he keeps the play alive and gets a first down before he's wrapped up on the play. That was an excellent little bit of move. It was finally Clayton Isbell that made the hit, but he was going to be lost here at the line of scrimmage, and he just dodged a couple of tacklers and gets the first down.
Yeah, missed tackles will absolutely kill you on defense, especially third down. You had that play read really well. All you have to do is make the tackle, but that play call right there shows me that Camp's not 100% right now. So if he can continue to engineer this offense down the field and chew more clock. I mean, gosh, you can't give enough credit to the way Carson Camp has played so far today.
Under 5 minutes to play now, and on first down, Tice, he's the workhorse here on this drive. You think about Tice as a redshirt freshman. You got a true freshman at quarterback. You've got some young guys out there that are making the plays here at the end of the game.
Yeah, this has been a total team effort.
I'm gonna try to find a better game. I don't like this camera angle.
Granted, Illinois State has done them a ton of favors, but you can't take very much away from South Dakota. They have done an outstanding job of taking full advantage of the opportunities that Illinois State has given them.
On second down now, Camp to throw. Ball is batted in the air and intercepted. The Redbirds get a big turnover. And it's a defensive lineman that comes up with the play.
Kurt, that's the most life we have seen on the Illinois State sideline since the second quarter. There's finally a little bit of juice in Hancock Stadium, as it looks like, is this John Ridgway who, well, he doesn't bat it. Actually, Carson Camp throws that ball directly into the back of his right guard. That's number 66 there, Herbs, that he throws the ball right into, and then John Ridgway's there to come down with the football and the interception. Some life for Illinois State. They have the ball, and man, this could be a huge turn of events.
Those two guys played against one another in high school football. John Ridgway from Bloomington and Carson Camp from Normal West. And now they're at the college level, and it's Ridgway making a big play. Under 4 minutes left here.
Now the question is, can Illinois State's offense convert? They need to be able to take advantage of the gift they've been given. You're starting to get into 4-down territory here if you were Illinois State as the clock ticks down inside 3.5 minutes. So that changes the playbook just a little bit now that you know you have 4 downs to play with if you're Illinois State.
Second down and 9, and Jefferson got that pass off. He was really being pressured, and give credit to a blitzing sideline. That was Jake Richardson, the linebacker, who came in from the blind side and got him. And now another big third down play. But as you said, this is 4-down territory from here on out.
You have to think so. You can't give the ball back to South Dakota State at this point, or excuse me, South Dakota at this point. You do have 2 timeouts, but I think now you have to be of the mind that we're going for it on 4th down if you're Illinois State.
Big third down play here. Richardson again, the pressure, and this time he's going to get Jefferson. Back-to-back plays from Jake Richardson. A hurry and then a sack. And now the Redbirds are looking at 4th down.
Wow, and Coach Spack is going to say punt it. Bryce Jefferson nowhere to go on that play. 3rd and long, takes the sack, and Brock Spack is going to elect to play the field position game here. Illinois State needs to get lined up as quickly as possible and get this kick off.
Now the Redbirds do have 2 timeouts remaining. Remember, they had to burn one of them. So they got a couple of ways to stop the clock. Bolkin gets the kick away, and it's going to be into the end zone and a touchback. 2:40 to play. South Dakota 27, Illinois State 20 here at Hancock Stadium in Normal.
I mean, we could have.
I know where you're going. No, we couldn't have.
You're right. I was going to say we could have got one and shared, but that's not true.
Gonna work.
Sonic Extra Long Ultimate Cheesesteaks.
That wouldn't work.
Are the color cartridges in your printer ready for another school year?
What's cyan mean?
It means Cyan Mara Honor Roll.
The ink!
I'm so host. Yeah, you are. The Epson EcoTank printer. No more cartridges. It comes with an incredible amount of ink that can save you a lot of trips to the store. Get ready for the Dean's list.
Who's Dean?
The Epson EcoTank. Just fill and chill. Available at...
farmers, we know how nice it is to save on your auto policy. But it's even nicer knowing that if this happens, or this, or even this, we've seen and covered it. So call 1-800-FARMERS and get a quote today.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Mr. Buble, not again.
Just fixing a little typo, Gladys. Oh, what's this? Buble bounce?
Yeah, a little caffeine, no calories. It's great.
Kick of caffeine. Just what I needed to fix all these. Would you pronounce it bounce or bounce? Yeah, Buble bounce.
It's not how it's pronounced.
No calories, no sweeteners, just a kick of caffeine.
Down to our final 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in this Missouri Valley Conference opener for both Illinois State and South Dakota. The Redbirds roared out to a 17-0 lead, but then were bitten by the turnover bug. Illinois State has turned the football over 6 times. South Dakota turned that into 27 points. South Dakota leads 27-20 now with under 3 minutes to play.
It's been a game of back and forths, Kurt, certainly. And Illinois State, after being up 17-0, was in a deep hole and in a lot of trouble. Ended up being down 27-17 at one point, but they seem to have gained a little bit more confidence, certainly on the defensive side of the ball. The defense has played really well in the last quarter. It's just a matter of, can they make one more stop and can they get the ball back to the offense? And it's a question of, what does the offense do with that chance if they are given it?
First and 10 now for the Coyotes at their own 20-yard line. Again, 2:40 to go. Illinois State has 2 timeouts remaining. Tice gets the handoff. He goes up the middle before he's stopped, and the Redbirds call timeout. It was Kenton Wilhoit among a handful of Redbirds who made the play. 5-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 5. Illinois State now will be down to 1 timeout left.
The game plan is clear. If you're South Dakota, you have to be able to continue to run the football. They've got Tice in the game. We haven't seen a lot of Kai Henry lately. Tice has now got over 30 yards rushing. Henry only 35 yards rushing. Illinois State's done a nice job of defending the run, but can they come up with 2 more big stops? That first down run of 5 yards was huge for South Dakota. Makes it 2nd and 5. I mean, got a few plays to only get 5 more yards, and you could put this game away. Just 1 first down should do it.
Freshman Carson Camp in his first collegiate start, trying to leave with a road victory in his hometown. How sweet would that be? The Redbirds trying to turn the tables on him. 2nd and 5 now for South Dakota. Tice wrapped up short of a first down. Timeout Illinois State. He's going to be about 1.5 yards short of the marker. And now you're staring down the pipe of the biggest play of the game on this 3rd down.
Well, you saw South Dakota on their last drive, 3rd and 6, run that little flare route out of the backfield. I don't think you're going to put the ball in the air at all on this 3rd down. I think it's going to be the same of what you just saw in the first 2 plays of the game as Brock Spack talks to his defense there, or excuse me, the first 2 plays of this drive. You have to expect that South Dakota is going to line up in their heavy formation and just try and run the ball straight downhill against Illinois State. It's just a matter of, can that front 7 of Illinois State hold up for one last play and give the Redbirds a chance to win this ballgame.
Redbirds sideline trying to encourage this 20% capacity crowd to get on its feet and cheer the defense on. 3rd and 2. Ball is at the 28-yard line. Tice upended in the backfield, and the Redbird defense gets a stop. Illinois State cannot stop the clock, however.
What a great play off the edge by Charles Woods, who was injured earlier in this game, comes back, blitzes off the corner, and makes a play. What a nice job by the Redbirds to make a stand here. Clock does continue to run under 2 minutes, but the Redbirds will get the ball back with a chance to win this football game.
At this point, Illinois State's going to have the ball with about 1:40 left here. Provided this kick gets away and it's fielded cleanly. Now there's going to be a delay of game against the Coyotes as we're glad to let the clock run down.
30 seconds. They're going to say that just before the delay of game, Coach Nielsen calls the timeout. So it'll save them the 5 yards, but they do run the clock down to 1:45 as Illinois State needs to come up with some big plays on offense. The first thing is take care of the football on this punt. You don't need to muff this ball. You need to make sure that if it's a really good punt, which I would assume it will be from the preseason All-American, you have to fair catch it and give your offense a chance to make some plays here with what will be about 1:40, 1:35 left in the game.
This will be the 6th punt of the afternoon for Brady Shutt. 44-yard average, as Chris mentioned. He is a preseason All-American, just an outstanding punter. And Spencer DeForest back to return for Illinois State. Kick is away. It's a good one. DeForest backpedaling. He makes the play inside his 25. We got a penalty flag down, a couple of flags down. That's usually a block in the back or something against the receiving team in the location of where those markers are down. And that might push the Redbirds back.
I have to imagine if those are 2 flags for 2 separate penalties, both of them would be on Illinois State, whether they be holding or blocks in the back. We'll see what the officials come up with here. Not sure if they're going to be 2 separate penalties or 1. But all indications are Illinois State's offense going to be backed up even further.
First down.
All right, so they're going to spot the ball at the Illinois State 15. Here's another look. There's the infraction right in front of us. And that negated what was a pretty good kick return there from Illinois State's Spencer DeForest. So 94 seconds left in this one. Illinois State with no timeouts left.
I think it was about 30 yards of field position that Illinois State lost there, as now they have to go almost the length of the field to tie this game.
On first down, Jefferson's going to step up in the pocket. And he gets out to about the 28-yard line when he's brought down. That's going to be a first down. That is a Redbird Toyota first down. Visit your Peoria, Pekin, Bloomington Toyota dealer today.
And while the clock does stop momentarily for them to move the chains, remember, Illinois State used all of their timeouts on defense, so they have to do just what they did right there. Nice job by Austin Nagel to catch the ball and then get out of bounds as quickly as he can to stop the clock.
Move the ball forward about 5 yards and stop the clock with 1:16 to go. They're going to give him a 6-yard gain, so it'll be 2nd and 4 as Illinois State flashes the play in from the sidelines.
Gives Illinois State a bit of a chance to catch their breath as we see them break the huddle with trips to the top of your screen. It's that bunch formation again with their 3 best receivers on the day, Nagel, Grimes, and Rikevich.
On second down, Jefferson goes over the middle, and he's got a receiver who makes the play, who's upended. That was Taula. Caught a couple of balls today. The ball is going to be marked right about midfield as we inch closer to the 1 minute mark left in this one. Again, the Redbirds with no timeouts remaining cannot stop the clock with a timeout.
Taula lined up on the opposite side from those 3 wide receivers, and nobody covered him on that play.
Jefferson has a block, and he's going to get downfield. He's stopped at about the 40-yard line. He'll be They'll give Illinois State yet another first down, a Redbird Toyota first down visit via Toyota.com. As we're under a minute to go here, they're going to just clock it here by spiking it down and sacrifice a down in order to stop the clock at 52 seconds.
South Dakota playing a very lenient style of defense right now, right? It's bend but don't break. The only thing that matters right now to South Dakota is protecting that goal line. These chunk plays are okay as long as you can keep Illinois State out of the end zone. So you'll see the safeties and you'll see the corners playing really, really deep, giving you those under routes like you saw Tanner Towla get on the second to last play. But can you keep Illinois State out of the end zone is the question.
2nd and 10 for Illinois State. Final minute now. Jefferson with a lot of real estate ahead of him. He's going to angle out of bounds inside the 25-yard line and stop the clock. So a very productive play for the Illinois State sophomore.
Nice job by Bryce Jefferson to understand that South Dakota's playing that lenient defense and take full advantage of it. You're just about one more play away from having your entire red zone playbook open up here for you if you're Illinois State. 44 seconds left. Inside the 25, you've really got a lot of options now. They've done a great job. Good job by Bryce Jefferson to get Illinois State in this position. Now, can they convert?
1st and 10 with 44 seconds remaining. Here comes a blitz, and it's a completed pass again to Nagel, and he turns to the sidelines and gets out of bounds to stop the clock. 5 seconds tick off the clock, and they're going to move the chains again.
And it almost looked like Nagel thought about taking that ball and turning up inside towards the field, and then he thought better of himself, headed back towards the sideline, gets out of bounds. Nice job there by Austin Nagel to have some awareness on the field and save some clock for Illinois State.
And now South Dakota calls timeout. And defensively, they've got to come up with a game plan here against the Redbirds.
And you can see Illinois State's offense.
Man, what the hell was that?
Gaining more and more confidence as they get closer and closer to that end zone. They can feel it. They are right on the doorstep here, and this is a whole new ball game as Illinois State is one score away from possibly tying it up.
Well, when Brock Spack elected to punt the ball away just moments ago instead of going for it in 4th down at midfield, it looked a little risky. He only had 2 timeouts left, but the defense responded. They burned both those timeouts to stop the clock, and now Illinois State has marched downfield without the benefit of a timeout. They're in the red zone now with 39 seconds to go.
Yeah, Illinois State has done a great job of getting into this position. Now it's just a matter of how does the offense respond here in the red zone. In their 2 trips to the red zone, Illinois State has come away with points in both their 3 trips to the red zone. They've come away with points every single time. It's just a matter of can they come up with the touchdown here to tie this game with under a minute to go.
2nd and 4. Illinois State needs a touchdown and an extra point to tie this game up. On 2nd down, Jefferson again. Scrambling back there. Throws, end zone, intercepted. The Coyotes defense comes up with a 7th turnover. It's Elijah Reed, the safety from Denver.
Just a demoralizing interception there for Illinois State as it'll end this game. Bryce Jefferson extends the play. As you see the pressure from Matthew come in. Does a nice job of scrambling. And you can't see it there. He's looking for Austin Nagel, but it looked like he had tight end Tanner Towla running wide open in the back of the end zone. Towla may have been a better option there, but Bryce Jefferson, as you can see, getting some support from his teammates there as it's been a really, really rough season opener for Bryce Jefferson here today.
Well, the Coyotes have knocked off a ranked opponent every year since 2013. This will be the 8th consecutive year that they've done it. And now they've won 4 consecutive Missouri Valley Football Conference openers, and 3 of those 4 have been on the road. And what a day it has been in the Missouri Valley Conference. North Dakota State has lost. Nationally ranked Illinois State has lost. South Dakota State trailing in its game. I mean, it's been a crazy Missouri Valley Football Conference weekend. And you got to give South Dakota credit. They were down 17-0, Chris, and then turned the tables on the Redbirds.
And you got to give a lot of credit to that man right there, Carson Camp. What an afternoon, Kurt. I think I have to eat my words and issue an apology to Carson Camp because I said in the first quarter, Carson Camp is not going to beat you today. I said, if you're Illinois State, you need to make Kai Henry beat you. And I've been completely surprised because Carson Camp goes 20 of 35 for 220 yards and 2 scores. He also ran for a score. You have to give this young kid a lot of credit. I think 4 or 5 years from now, we're going to look up and say, wow, Carson Camp had a heck of a career at South Dakota. Good for him to come into Redbird or come into Hancock Stadium.
I mean, we could have.
I know where you're going. No, we couldn't have.
You're right. I was going to say we could have got one and shared, but that's not
wasn't
true.
gonna work.
Sonic extra long ultimate cheesesteaks.
That wouldn't work.
At Farmers, we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two, like how nice it is to switch and save on your auto policy. But it's even nicer knowing that if this happens, or this happens, or this, or even this, we've seen and covered it. So call 1-800-FARMERS to switch your auto policy, and you could save an average of $470. Get a quote today.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna wrap it up right here. So basically, that game is over. They'll come out. They'll run the clock out. And that's it. 14-13. Thanks for everybody for coming through. Hit that like button. Subscribe. I will do these games every Saturday. So make sure you hit that like, subscribe button. Come through every Saturday. I will be live streaming these games. The subscribe button, of course, you see on the screen. That's to avoid copyright. So, don't be mad at me or whatever. This is the way I could show it to y'all without YouTube and ESPN taking it down. So hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys on Saturday.